Since I've had to field the ball and almost thought I'd have the opportunity to do it just now. Thank you for one of our young volunteers who prevented that eventuality. Oh! Oh my goodness! That ball, the first time it lands is in field 6. He plants the front foot. You mentioned what Sergio Khan loves to do. Seeing that ball in the slot and drilling it, absolutely drilling it, landing in the next field for yet another 6.
There was brute force, but at the same time he middled it. And the result of those two ingredients had to be 100 meters. No surprises. Najaf Shah wants to pull his length back.
No question.
You cannot bowl half volleys at this man. Najaf again from the forest end. And again that length of half volley. Goodness me. This is an onslaught. 3 sixes in a row, Najaf Shah. You might have done exceedingly well in the semi-final. The final is a new game altogether. So got to start over again. You got that big wicket, but that does not give you any reservations.
Oh my goodness. He absolutely slams this. This is it hit even higher and harder. Looking at this replay, absolutely just ripping it through the line. That length has to be pulled back. I completely agree with you, because Sharjeel Khan is so strong on anything down the ground that you have to keep the ball away from his drive. If you don't keep it away from his drive, then you get exactly what you've gotten so far. 18 from 3. We're only halfway through the third over. 31 for 1 on the board already.
That bat swing, Brian, is just scary. There's no other word to define it if you're a bowler. And look at that take by Lahiru.
What an absolutely brilliant piece of keeping. That's Smith Patel behind the stumps. That ball was headed for 4, thick under edge, and absolutely would have raced away for 4. Even had there been a fielder at deep fine leg, he would not have gotten it. And as it is, that is Kenar Lewis at short fine leg, so nobody would have gotten to that. That's a dot ball that by all means should have been 4.
Yeah, he needs to finish this over strong. There's been 3 sixes. And this one just wide outside the off stump. Umpire Sadiq Khoja seems to think it was inside the lines. So a rare dot ball.
Boy, absolute brilliant piece of keeping. Just looking back at that. Smith Patel, former India U19 player, did really, really well there. So now just 1 ball remaining. Big 18 runs coming from this over, courtesy of those first 3 sixes. But he's done well so far. Najaf Shah to pull things back after those initial 6s.
And this one gives him a lot of width. There's no surprise that he takes that initiative. As you see that wonderful cameraman by SC Tech, camera work by SC Tech in production. So 3 sixes, 2 dots, and a 4. 22 of that over. SAMP Army are off. Kingsmen are off. So we're going to resume proceedings from over number 4. The signs have been ominous off the bat of Sharjeel Khan, and the skipper Andres Goss finds himself on the back foot after a good couple of overs to start the innings. There's a change in the bowling. It seems Calvin Savage has been brought about, or is that still
Pretorius? Still
Pretorius. So he bowled a good first over for just 7 runs. And he resumes from Highway 290N to Ramiz Raja. Short delivery, but there's that deep square leg. Dane Pete comes across. In fact, it seems that's Chandrapal Hemraj. So just a single, and that puts, to no surprise, Sharjeel Khan back on strike.
Sharjeel Khan has never met a ball that is full that he did not like. So it is going to be up to Pretorius to bowl that short of length delivery. Not a genuine bouncer necessarily, but you want it short enough that he cannot drive you down the ground. Now, he's very strong also on the pull and the hook, so you want to be careful there also. But it's so important that you find the right length. If you don't find the right length, you can absolutely be punished, and he's shown the capability of doing just that. He's already raced away to 29 from 12.
And you saw that conference, captain and the senior bowler, everybody converging in. They're already under pressure, but that's the line and length we've been talking about. Just back of length, there's not much he can do because he can't bring out that pickup shot, Brian, off his pads, which he played to Najaf Shah on a couple of occasions. So, rightly so, the best he could do is just glide it to third man and get to the non-striker's end.
There is such a narrow margin between a good ball and a bad ball in bowling to batters like Sharjeel Khan, because anything that, if that were maybe a foot straighter, it would have been the line that would have been able to whip away behind square. Yorker, but drilled straight into the covers for no run. So you can probably take chances bowling a Yorker at Ramiz Raja. Every once in a while, he can be trapped on the back foot. He was dismissed LBW early this morning with a perfect Yorker. But you take your chances when you bowl Yorkers at Sharjeel Khan, because if you miss the length, then it becomes a half volley, and you know what he can do with that.
And against the Pacers, we've seen Ramiz wants to get down the track. Oftentimes, that one he decides to stick on the back foot and just glide it. So, good line and length by young Miguel Pretorius, which was the need of the hour for the SAMP Army after that last over of 22 runs.
Oh my goodness, yes. So here is where the test comes into play, because you would have seen whether or not you learned something from, number one, seeing how Sharjeel Khan treated Najaf Shah in his last over, and then how he was able to play the first delivery that was bowled in this over. So now the idea is going to be keep that ball either on off stump or outside, and definitely keep it short of driving length. That is exactly it. Same result, just glided off the face down to deep third, and that's how you can keep him quiet. Anything into his body, he's absolutely brutal on.
Yeah, and in hindsight, he would seem to think that Najaf Shah almost lost the plot. And short play and stroke making of that caliber can often do that to bowlers in big finals like this. He kept pitching it right in that slot where Sharjeel Khan wants it. Now, taking a leaf out of Miguel Pretorius' book, everything has been back of length, just like on that occasion. What an over after the 22-run over. This one has gone for only 4 singles at the end of 4. It's 39 for 1, the Kingsmen.
Yeah.
So we're coming back live in over number 5, 39 for 1. And Brian Walters, I recollect the last time we both commentated together was 4 months ago at the Houston Premier League. And compared to today, the starting temperature was about 25 degrees, which felt like 15. And there's been a fluctuation of almost 100 degrees with a heat index of 115. Welcome to Houston, the unpredictable city when it comes to weather. But it's a testament to these players, the way they've come out and played back-to-back T20 games. There's been some rain and thunderstorms overnight on a couple of occasions, so the ground staff has also done a lot of work getting games underway. And it's because of all those collective efforts that we are here today in this big championship final of the DAFA News Houston Open 2023.
Tremendous effort by the ground staff here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. It has not been easy. We almost had, and not almost, we did have a mini tornado that touched down a couple of nights ago. This is Calvin Savage into the attack, Yorker length delivery right in the block hole. You have to be careful bowling those types of deliveries to Sharjeel Khan. Now, I just thought of something. The reason why Najaf Shah was able or was not able to be effective against Sharjeel is that he is a left armer and he's bowling over the wicket. So he's slanting the ball inward. There's not much swing. So essentially he's darting the ball from over the wicket towards his pads, and that's exactly where he wants it. The right-hander brings a different option. This is full again outside the line of off. Yorker length. This one much wider than that first delivery. So he's been able to keep him quiet now for 2 straight deliveries.
And a very interesting point you just made, Brian, because if you look at what Calvin Savage is doing, I've noticed on a couple of occasions he really likes to get close to the umpire, very close to the stumps, but on this occasion to Sharjeel, he's going wide of the crease to exaggerate that angle across Sharjeel Khan, making it difficult for him to play that pickup shot on the onside. So smart thinking by Calvin Savage. There you see, wide of the crease, but you cannot bowl on the pads.
No.
Even if you're bowling wide of the crease, he's gonna pick you up off his pads all day long. Third, fourth, sixth for Sharjeel Khan so far in this innings.
Oh my goodness, this is so stylish. A left-hander's dream. Oh, look at that, 2 straight. And once you get that line, once the ball is not going to threaten the stumps, you can get that shot exactly. That is so beautiful. Love seeing a left-hander play that exact shot. 6 more of the best. He's now into the 30s. Well, he's been in the 30s for a couple of balls. 37 from 17. 3 balls to go here in the 5th over.
And this one, he goes back to that angle across him, which denies him of that strength of his, which is that pickup shot. Mind you, Sharjeel Khan has been making a lot of waves in the PSL and first-class domestic cricket. He's been knocking on the doors for some time for the national team. Obviously, he has featured for the Pakistan national team, is considered one of the most explosive batsmen out of the subcontinent when it comes to opening batting. Kelvin again. And again, that angle. This one also seemed to move away from Sharjeel Khan after it pitched.
That's what I talked about earlier. The margin for error is so thin. So that ball right there, from that line or out, is a decent line to bowl to Sharjeel Khan. Anything closer to him than that is the one that is in the meat of his pickup shot. And those are the ones that will come over here toward you and me. But he's able to keep him quiet on that occasion. 2 more balls, make that 1 more ball to go now here in the 5th. Oh!
I will step back and let you call this one, Brian Walters. Just all stuck. Jaws are on the floor in the commentary box.
You cannot bowl that length and that line. If it's not going to threaten the stumps, he will absolutely plunder those in that exact area. A little too straight for Calvin Savage. In fact, I'm being a little too harsh. That was outside off stump. He picked that up from outside off. So that's more on the batter than it is the bowler. My apologies to Calvin when you listen to this later, because that wasn't a horrible ball, but a tremendous pickup shot. 6 more, and that is the end of the over. 51 for 1 is the score. Off to a quick start here, the Kingsmen. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, either
So this could be an interesting introduction. Corey Anderson has been brought on into the attack. There's still 1 over to go in the batting power play. 51 for 1. Sharjeel Khan has scored 43 out of those 20, out of those 51. 20 deliveries is what he has faced. So lion's share of the strike and lion's share of the runs is what defines Sharjeel Khan in this innings.
Corey Anderson, the former New Zealand all-rounder. Left arm over the wicket, sliced away over the top of slip. It's going to be wide work to do down here in deep third. And he does manage to pull that back. In fact, only keeping them to 1 run. That's a good piece of fielding out there. That's Calvin Savage, who just had some work to do bowling that last over, but limits the damage on that shot just to 1 run.
Yeah, I expect Corey Anderson to straight away go over the wicket to Sharjeel Khan, went around to the right-handed Ramiz, and the plan should be to just keep it outside that off stump of Sharjeel Khan, because it's either dot balls or sixes. He's not taking any half measures.
Feast or famine?
Is Sharjeel Khan feast or famine, like you said, Brian?
Now, Corey Anderson obviously has been around cricket for a long time, so he's faced batsmen. No disrespect to Sharjeel Khan, but he's faced batsmen of that caliber before and better. So the question is, how is he going to attack him? My suggestion would be to keep it outside the line of off, maybe 6th or 7th stump line. Oh, lobbed it down the ground. Work to do here from mid-on. And is he going to get there in time? Yes, he does. Just pulls it back in time. That length that Corey Anderson just bowled is about as full as you want to bowl to Sharjeel Khan. Went through with the drive, lofted it. Anything fuller is banging into the side screen. So Corey Anderson is going to want to keep that length either there or pull it back a touch, somewhere around that range to keep it out of his drive.
Yeah, one thing Corey Anderson is going to make sure is he's not giving them as much pace as Calvin Savage or Najaf Shah or even Pretorius might have done. So they'll have to manufacture a shot. And it's not just going to be pick up of the pace of the deliveries, as that one was pulled to Calvin Savage at square leg for a single. That brings Ramiz back on strike.
Corey Anderson has been at this game for a while, so he knows what he's doing. And looking at the field now, this is the last over of the power play, of course. Just 3 balls remaining in that power play. So you can be a lot more defensive after these next 3 balls if you are the SAMP Army. Short, looking to cut this away and not making contact is Ramiz Raja. I think he might have missed out on an opportunity there. I thought there was some width there on offer that he could have potentially cashed in on.
And it looked to me, Brian, that Corey rolled his fingers on that delivery. Still, I think not the length he wants to bowl. Lucky to have gotten away with that, because there's no backward point. Third man is deep on the boundary, but that could have crashed into the fence. And this one, Ramiz was looking to improvise. The scoop shot came out. I wonder if there's a need for it so soon when you're cruising at 10 runs and over. All he wants to do is keep company, because the way Sharjeel Khan is batting right now, the only thing that can unsettle him is wickets on the other end.
I 100% agree with you. Ordinarily, I'm an old schooler. I don't like scoop shots anyway. But if you're going to play it, there's a time and place for it. I don't think that was it. Last delivery of the over, slapping this. Oh, straight in and straight out. Straight to Kennard Lewis. And he was not able to hold on. That was hit very hard. It was fiercely hit. There's no doubt there. But he will be disappointed that he did not hold on to that. So he gets a life from Ramiz Raja. That is the end of the over. He lives to fight another day. After the end of the power play, the score is 55 for 1.
So at the end of the power play, it's 55 for 1. Wouldn't say it's been even Stevens, but going by the look of this wicket, it looks like an absolute belter. You see a lot of tall skyscrapers, but there's that Burj Khalifa projecting out in downtown Kingsmen.
Well played, sir. Well
22
played.
runs of that over, 3 sixes in the boundary, and of course, who could it be besides Sharjeel Khan, the way he's been going? Calvin Savage is going to continue from the forest end, 55 for 1. Brian Walters, do you think Sharjeel is now going to look to take a little subdued approach and bat deep into this innings?
No, there is no subdued. There's the answer, and it's going to land just short of Obaspinar down here. Look at run-out opportunity. Not able to get there. That was hit so hard that it got to Obaspinar so quickly that actually ended up being a dot ball, if you can believe it. a 60-yard dot ball absolutely belted into the deep and straight to Obaspinar. Quick throw back in and almost found Ramiz Raja halfway down.
Yeah,
So
Sharjeel Khan was caught ball watching. I think his head had dropped. He thought he had just pinged it straight to that man. Thank you, Calvin Savage, for letting me complete my sentence. Yeah, he really thought he was on his way back. Luckily for him, it was absolutely toe-ended, so the ball did not carry. But what do we know? He has hit sixes off the absolute toe end
This
of his
is
bat
true.
today.
Wow. Amazing start here for Sharjeel Khan. 46 from 23. Full and outside off. And just inside the line, apparently. Umpire Sadiq Koja thinking that that one is fine. And so, boy, he has raced off to 46 from 20, make that 24 now. And at this projected, or at this rate of 8.92 and over, their score projects to 178, which I think would be a very imposing total. But they bat relatively deep, so I don't think they'll be satisfied with just 178.
And this one is full, again toe-ended. They keep going back to that plan of bowling wide outside the off stump to Sharjeel Khan, and that's been the only way they've been able to control him or keep him in check. I think in this innings of 47, if I'm correct, we'll have Roddy display Sharjeel Khan's statistics in this innings. But if I'm correct, it's been 6 sixes and a 4. About 9 or 10 scoring deliveries for Sharjeel. 15 of them may have been dot balls.
So that is the very definition of feast or famine. And the way that it essentially is going to happen is that you're looking to continue the same momentum. So Ramiz Raja, I hope he's not going to play another scoop shot. Cuts this away for 4. A little bit of width offered. Effortless shots. Too far outside the line of off stump. And Ramiz Raja helps himself to 4 runs.
Absolutely nonchalantly just glided past that point fielder to his left. Using the pace of Calvin Savage, got on top of the bounce. And we were just noticing that it's been one-way traffic as far as Sharjeel Khan is concerned, but he hadn't got a lot of support. And before this delivery, Ramiz was batting on 9 of 12, so he gets that boundary to move on 13 of 13. They could do with more support from the other end and not just simply relying on Sharjeel to get all the runs, as this one has been sprayed down the leg side. It almost seemed it didn't come out of his hand correctly. A big wide ball.
I want to see that replay again. It almost looked like he was trying to bowl either a knuckleball or a slow leg cutter. But that ball, getting that horribly wrong, going down the leg side, Calvin Savage, having to re-bowl that one.
Maybe just some sweaty palms. The ball doesn't slip out like you like it to.
Well, there certainly is the environment that will create sweat. There's no doubt about that.
And that one was, he was looking for a slowish bouncer. That seemed to be way down the leg side. But it's not been called a wide, only a wide for the, only a bouncer, one bouncer for the over is called. Ramiz doesn't look happy.
He does not. I'm willing to wait on that replay before I make my mind up about that, but looking at it live, of course, we're not square of the wicket, so, we're not straight on, so it's kind of hard to judge line. But certainly, it almost appeared that like it did go down the leg side.
And this one was a full toss. Ramiz was early into the shot. Again, toe-ended, got the inside half of the bat, so it goes to long on. Calvin has bowled 2 overs for 19 runs. At the end of 7, it's 62 for 1. We're going to be right back after this commercial.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so we are back live in over number 8. We were wondering when we enter that crucial phase of the game when the spinners come on. Dane Pete, to nobody's surprise, has been introduced into the attack. And Sharjeel Khan is gradually approaching his half century, 47 of 25 deliveries, and Ramiz was keeping him good company, although rather sedate for his own liking, 14 of 15. Brian, what do you make of this next phase with the spinners coming on?
It's going to be a test for the bowlers, Dane Pete in particular, but certainly he's been up to the challenge numerous times before in his career. Bowling to Ramiz Raja, this one is outside off and missing the attempted cut. But it's going to be interesting to see the right-handed off-spinner bowling to the left-handed Sharjeel Khan, because Dane Pete will know that there is even less room for error from a spinner than it is for a pacer. And if he gets too full to Sharjeel Khan, whether it's turning or not, it can be dangerous.
And this one, he waits for the turn, rocks onto the back foot and hits it to sweep a cover. That's exactly what he was trying on that first delivery. There's the skipper Andres Goss at cover. He was looking to go inside out over that fielder. Now, this is going to be a very interesting phase. Sharjeel Khan has decimated the pace bowling so far. Now, they're going to slow it down for him, and let's see if he can continue and carry on with the same momentum. Dane Pete to Sharjeel Khan. Nice back of length delivery. Little bit of bite and grip in the surface. Seemed to turn just a little bit.
Well, somebody like Dane Pete will know to be able to keep that ball out of the hitting zone very full. So those are your two options as a spinner. Either absolutely full Yorker length, or you can be short of length that allows him to have to sort of play you on the back foot. But you don't want to be too short as a spinner, obviously, because then he'll easily pounce onto that back foot and either cut or pull you. But his first 3 deliveries have been very effective so far by Dane Pete.
And I'll tell you what, Brian, come back to it after this ball. Very short delivery. Ramiz was given so much time, almost waiting on it for an eternity before pulling it to deep mid-wicket for a 6.
Wow, looking at this replay, yeah, you can easily say that this one was pitched a little too short by Dane Pete. And in fact, what helped him play that ball in the mid-wicket area is that he walked across his off stump to access the leg side, and that certainly helped with that shot.
And this one is a full toss. He was looking to go too hard almost. His eyes lit up. He tried that gap on the offside between sweeper, cover and long off on a couple of occasions. Failed on both occasions as the 8th over comes to an end. 70 for 1.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Here comes the.
So we're coming back live in over number 9 of this huge championship final of the DAFA News Houston Open 2023. The defending champions, UMMC Knight Riders, have crashed out in the semi-final owing to the exploits of the Kingsmen, and they're facing up against SAMP Army after 8 at 70 for 1. Something we were just discussing with Brian Walters is the fact that in spite of this kind of innings that Sharjeel Khan has played, and he's been well supported by Ramiz Raja, as you can see, the run rate is still under 9. In spite of all that flurry of sixes, I think 7 or 8 sixes have been hit in this innings, at least at a rate of 1 6 and over. They haven't really gotten away and created daylight between themselves and SAMP Army. So if you're SAMP Army, you should be thinking that you might have thrown your best punch at us, the Kingsmen, and they're still well within this game. This one we said Corey Anderson wasn't going to give them any pace. especially to Sharjeel Khan to play that pickup shot. He was just waiting and waiting, and the ball never arrived, Brian.
Looking to whip that one away over mid-wicket. Of course, we're out of the power play, so there's protection in the deep at mid-wicket. Also in front of us here, let's call it cow corner. And there's also long on and then long off. So Corey Anderson, I think you're exactly right. Not a whole lot of pace, but certainly knows what to do. This is whipped into that same area at deep mid-wicket. It's Chandrapal Hemraj down there to prevent anything other than just that one run.
He's edging close to that 50, Brian Walters. 49 he's on now, Sharjeel Khan. But we did discuss if he was now going to take a little sedate approach and look to bat deep into this innings. I don't know if that's been the intent or whether SAMP Army have done well to pull things back a bit. But he's been in the 40s for quite some time. The boundaries have dried up as well. Good bowling, absorbing spell of play. This one is a little short. Ramiz Raja pulls it. Just a single again. Calvin Savage there does the fielding. Brian, what do you make of the last couple of overs or so as far as the SAMP Army are concerned?
Well, including the over in progress, the last 5 have gone for 33. So that certainly tells you that they have pulled the runs back. Overall run rate still 8.45, 8.47, but they absolutely have pulled things back here, the SAMP Army, and they'll be happy with where they are now. Look at that shot. That's the pickup shot that we keep talking about, and that brings him to his 50. Absolutely brilliant shot. Just plants that front foot. That ball, or the bat comes down clean as a whistle. And Corey Anderson committing the cardinal sin of being too straight to Sharjeel Khan, and he pays for it with yet another 6. Dower, Pakistani opener, is up to 55 from 30.
Yeah, the recipe is pretty simple. The SAMP Army know what's required. They simply cannot pitch it up to Sharjeel Khan and cannot afford to be anywhere close to his pads. Whenever they've done that, more often than not, Sharjeel has dispatched them like you saw on that previous occasion. Again, the line of attack was just slightly outside off. The length was pulled back. Sharjeel couldn't do much on that occasion. So those 6 sixes and those 2 boundaries, if there was a wagon wheel we could show you, you would see it's all behind square, mostly mid-wicket or fine leg as far as Sharjeel Khan is concerned. So SAMP Army should know exactly what needs to be done. And this one, just slightly back of length again. He was trying to manufacture that shot. Almost became a slog sweep, half laterally, half vertical base. Slightly ugly though, but he gets across for a single.
Certainly get the single, and that does conclude the over. At the end of 9, the score is 79 for 1. So Dane Pete gets another over. Bowling to Sharjeel Khan. Sharjeel Khan on 55 from 32. Make that 56 from 32 balls faced. Around the wicket to the left-hander. That's a good length. Just drawing the batter forward. Just defending it, and the bowler feels himself for no run.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting with the off-spinner of the caliber and cadre of Dane Pete going around the wicket and keeping it outside that off stump of Sharjeel and turning it away. That shot we've been talking about so much won't be on, as you saw on that occasion. The pressure is building. That run rate has been hovering around that 8.5, 8.75. Goes under 8.5 now, as you see on your screens. It's really important somebody else also takes the onus to complement Sharjeel. He's having to do the bulk of the scoring so far.
Well, it's not often that you see Ramiz Raja take a back seat to anyone. He's 22 from 20. But I take your point. Using his feet to get down the line, or get to the pitch rather, and driving it down the ground for a single. But you're absolutely right. You want to see somebody to be able to support Sharjeel Khan.
Yeah, he's being forced out of his comfort zone the way Dan Pete has gone about the proceedings. Was given one loosener by Corey Anderson, and we don't have to remind you of the outcome.
Yep.
And Ramiz is on 22 of 20. He has scored a couple of boundaries, but he wants to get that strike rate up. This one, he steps outside the line of the off stump. Dane Pete saw him going outside off, so pushed it even further, wide outside off. So ends in just a single. Game of cat and mouse, Brian Walters. It's so absorbing here.
Absolutely absorbing. You have high-class cricketers, very well experienced, and each not wanting to give an inch to the other. Who is going to win this battle? There's always a battle within each match. And this is flicked down to, stop me if you've heard this before, backward square leg by Sharjeel Khan. That is a single, but a very good over by Dane Pete. Only 3 runs 3 runs coming from it, 3 singles. We're halfway through the innings. The score is 82 for 1.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah, here comes the.
So here you see that worm. Those little vertexes on that graph you see were owing to those 2 sixes. Almost went vertical at one point, which is that 22 run over, the 3rd over of the innings. But then now it's flattening out pretty smoothly for the likes of SAMP Army. We've been talking about this, that in spite of the damage Sharjeel Khan has done, scoring 58 out of 82, almost 80% of the runs, still haven't gotten away. Going at 8.2 and over, as Corey Anderson is going to bowl his 3rd over from the forest end.
Oh.
And this time, he misses his length, allows that cross-batted heave to come out, and when he hits, they travel at least 90 meters. The boundaries are irrelevant at this point in time when he middles the ball.
Well, as I said earlier, with respect to Najaf Shah, that left arm angle into him is slanting into his power hitting zone. So as a left-hander, you either want to, from over the wicket, keep that ball outside the line of off, well outside the line of off, or you can consider going around the wicket and absolutely slanting the ball across him. What you don't want to do is feed it to him and on that angle into where he wants to hit it.
This time he goes wide. That's not his strength. It's gone up in the air. Kenar Lewis is not going to drop that catch. Huge moment in the context of this final, Brian Walters. The plan has finally worked.
Wow. So I think you'll see here that Corey Anderson bowls a wider length, a wider line, and a shorter length. And so when you do that, you keep it out of his hitting zone. Sharjeel Khan only capable of hitting that one in the air, not getting anything close to the middle of the bat. And Kenar Lewis, who is a tremendous athlete despite his size, absolutely tremendous athlete. He's a wicket-keeper batter also, and he can field anywhere on the field. You saw him at backward point earlier, now taking that catch inside the boundary ropes at long off. The 2nd wicket falls, 82 for 2.
Yeah, that front foot, Brian Walters, always just goes down the wicket. And as that ball was out of his reach, so he was always reaching. He didn't go towards the ball. So that toe end, there was only one way that ball was going to go, and that was up in the sky. And Kenar Lewis is not dropping it. So they've missed their lengths on a few occasions, and Sharjeel Khan has capitalized. But they had been working on that plan to capture Sharjeel Khan in that very manner. And having scored 58 out of 88, now the onus is on the other batsmen who are going to walk in to get them to that 180 or so, because this, by the look of it, has looked like an absolute belter of a wicket so far, Brian Walters.
It absolutely has. Hamad Azam, the captain of the Kingsmen, was predicting something around 170, which he thought would have been a good total. As of right now, I think 170 may be, in fact, before this wicket, I'm thinking 170 might have been the minimum that they would be looking for. But with the fall of the wicket now, it certainly changes things, and that will always be a way to slow the momentum. And this is going to be Saad Ali, who takes his place at the wicket. Left-handed batter replacing a left-handed batter. Corey Anderson to continue from over the wicket into the left-handed Saad Ali.
Yeah, they want to keep that left and right combination by the look of it. So Corey Anderson. And that's again that same line of attack, but this might be a different batsman. He's much stronger on the offside as Saad Ali gets off the mark. What might be a trap for one batsman might be a gift for the other, Brian.
Well, you're absolutely right. Saad Ali, I think, accomplished, placed shots all around the ground. I think it's fair to say he's not as brutal a hitter of the cricket ball as compared to Sharjeel Khan. But you do have to maintain your disciplines against him as a bowler, because he can score runs all around the wicket, all around the ground. Now, interesting that Corey Anderson is having the deep third drop back. Is he going to be bowling a line outside off and short? That's exactly what he bowls, and it's cut away to that man exactly in that position. Deep third, just a single down the ground. That's a good looking over so far by Corey Anderson. And just with that delivery, just one ball remaining here in the 11th. It's a very important over.
He played a good hand in the semi-final. Did Saad Ali 26 crucial runs. There's still the likes of Milan Kumar, skipper Hamad Azam, and finishers in the form of Harmeet Singh and Anwar Ali yet to come. A lot of batting after this, but this pair could be so crucial in the context of this game as Corey goes around the wickets to the right-hander, short delivery, and this one has been put away by Ramiz. He's breaking the shackles, goes for a boundary.
Corey Anderson, who is a brilliant bowler, brilliant all-rounder, but I don't think has the pace to bowl bouncers at Ramiz Raja. And it's also from around the wicket, and that's slanting down the leg side. So everything in that situation adds up to Ramiz Raja stepping inside the line and helping himself to 4 runs. That is 4, and that's the end of the over. Second, that's the end of the 1 ball remaining. My apologies. 1 ball remaining. My apologies, Roddy.
Sorry, Roddy. Let's come back again. Action. Corey Anderson exerts a lot of effort into that delivery, loses his footing, but no harm done. Again, a short delivery. Ramiz was trying a similar shot. It was a good take by Smith Patel behind the wicket. So dot ball. 95 for 2 in 11.
Ball, 95 for 2. This time it's a commercial break, Roddy. Our
Let's go, Roddy.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, here comes the.
So over number 12 now, about to resume. 3 good overs by Corey Anderson. Don't go by the 26 runs he conceded. Some of those might have been gone in the cause of setting up Corey Anderson for that setting up Sharjeel Khan. My apologies for that dismissal.
Right.
And on the other end, Dane Peat has bowled 2 overs for just 11 runs. He's going to continue from Highway 290 end to Saad Ali, who nicely defends it off the front foot and gets across for a single. Over to you, Ramiz.
That is a good run, well judged, and in fact full credit to Ramiz Raja himself, who was the primary of the 2 runners who called for that run, immediately spotting the opportunity and taking off that quick single. So Dane Peat now continuing very full, looking to drive this through the offside and not making any contact. Dane Pete really doing well here. His figures so far, 2.1, none for 12 amidst all the carnage. So he's done well to keep the batters quiet. Oh, sliced away. That will go for 4, but that was a moral victory for Dane Pete. Genuine edge. Had there been a fielder at slip, he may well have had the opportunity to take a catch. But it does fly and go in that very direction for 4 runs.
And suddenly, Brian Walters, a very strong wind has picked up across the Prairie View Cricket Complex. It's coming in from the 290 end, going diagonally across the ground, more from sweeper cover towards fine leg. So that's going to give Dane Pete that extra drift into the batsman.
Oh!
As this one, using that wind, is Ramiz Raja. What a slog sweep. Gone for 6. We spoke about this, Brian. As Sharjeel gets out, there's somebody who needs to carry that impetus forward and make sure the innings is not bogged down. Looks like Ramiz has got the memo.
Absolutely muscled this one over mid-wicket. Tremendous strike. And we mentioned how well Dane Pete had been bowling, but his figures are going to look worse after this over because he's just been taken downtown. Top edge this time. Catch possible by Najaf Shah, and he does not come close to it. Oh, that ball was in the air forever, and everyone would have thought that Najaf Shah should have taken that catch. Ends up not getting anywhere close to it, and the batters get through for a single. There is a life given to the batter who has been the one who you think has been most likely to pick up the slack, taken from the dismissal of Sharjeel Khan.
He's highly respected as Najaf Shah, and he's a good friend, so I can use this moment. But took me back to the 90s, Brian. Days when the fast bowlers used to just bowl and then field at fine leg without a care in the world about what's happening in the middle. Yeah, he ran circles around that ball. That was just a massive, massive chance. Ramiz Raja, as you saw, he was going at a strike rate of just about 100, and now he's really picked it up a notch. The strike rate has gone up. I'm waiting for the scorecard to be updated, but it's at the end of 12. It should be 109 for 2 as that over comes to a close. Now, by the look of it, Corey Anderson is being taken out of the attack after bowling those 3 overs. And replacing him from the Forest end is going to be Calvin Savage, who's bowled 2 overs for 19 runs. A little expensive, but you've got to keep in account that he was bowling to an ominous Sharjeel Khan at the time. This one outside the off stump. Saad Ali just lets it go.
That's certainly the case, and I think he bowled very well, with the exception of a couple of deliveries that I think were too straight that Sharjeel Khan was able to put away. But it's going to be important to him to continue to build that pressure, because the run rate that we talked about that was on the way down is now on the way back up. It's now back up to 8.96, and in fact it only got under 9 as a result of that dot ball to start this over. So the projection right now is 179. But you mentioned the hitters still to come, Hamad Azam, Harmeet Singh, etc. So they are capable of putting quick runs on the board. So what you're going to want to do, if you are the SAMP Army, is to do your best, bowl your best deliveries. Make them score off your good balls. And then the strong wind that's coming in right now from the south that you mentioned will help the ball if it's elevated from this end. So it is going to be really important for Calvin Savage to not give the batters anything to drive, because that wind will help it coming in this direction.
Very foolish delivery. Saad Ali still getting used to the pace. Still his nerves are easing into this game, so a couple of dot balls here. And rightly said, Brian, with so many wickets still in the pocket for the Kingsmen. It's almost that baseball or the CSK recipe from IPL. You bat till number 8, 9, and you can use wickets to purchase runs. There's no anchor role now in T20 cricket. Everyone, just right from the word go, needs to go. And this one, what a shot by Saad Ali. And the fielder there, it seems it was Obaspinar. He got to the ball, put in the slide, but the ball just bounced over him and makes up for those 2 dot balls. Does Saad Ali with the boundary, as you see this replay on your screen. Again, picking it up from wide outside the off stump, having to drag that. There's that big gap between deep square leg and deep mid wicket, perfectly piercing that gap as you would see both of them converge. It was heading towards Roddy's van. You see Houston Open 2023. The next delivery width outside the off stump and crashes it down the ground. Gonna be just a single as Kenar Lewis does the cleanup.
Just a quick look at the batting to come. Milind Kumar, Hamid Azam, Harmeet Singh. Those are your next 3 in. My suspicion would be that if there is a wicket to fall sometime in the next, or anytime soon, that either Harmeet Singh or Hamid Azam would come in next, because those are 2 power hitters. That's one way to turn the screws into a bowling lineup that you think has been put onto the back foot. And I certainly would think or anticipate that that's what the strategy would be.
And Hamad was so good in the semifinals, scored a 30 odd, and this is the full toss, open invitation. Luckily for the SAMP army, he finds that only man backward to square on the offside. So luckily it's just a single. Ramiz on 39 of 27.
That ball was actually hit very hard. Obaspinar doing good work in the outfield. See him sliding across the ground, throwing himself around in an effort to make sure that his team gets all the runs that are saved as possible. He saved 3 runs there, no question. That was headed for the boundary at deep point.
Yeah, there's some justice in this world. The previous dive went in vain.
Yes.
Same kind of effort. Just keep trying, guys. That's the recipe. And this one is hit down the ground by Saad Ali. And it's just going to be a single. At the end of 13, it's 115 for 2.
Clean strikes. Clean.
So, for those of you who are still joining us, first things first, where were you all this time? Second thing, it's only 7 overs to go in the first innings of this huge championship final of the DAFA News Houston Open 2023. This is the 3rd edition of this prestigious tournament, live from the Prairie View Cricket Complex, and more spin has been introduced as Obaspinar comes into the attack, and he's going to be bowling to Saad Ali. Left arm orthodox is Obaspinar. Brian, you seem to know a few things about him. You've covered a lot of his games. Tell us more about his bowling style and what can we expect from him.
First of all, if you saw him warming up beforehand, you would think he was a pace bowler and not a spinner. He's about 6'4", but he's a very accurate left-arm orthodox spinner. He's bowling now, obviously, to the left-handed Saad Ali, so he's going to be careful. Any turn will be into Saad Ali. And Saad Ali now pouncing on this one, pulling it into the deep. That's the sort of scoring area that he'll want to target, meaning Saad Ali. So it's going to be up to Obaspinar to keep that ball outside the line of off stump and making sure that he plays you from out there, because any turn is going to be turning into the left-hander, and that will certainly assist with any aggressive shots on the leg side. Now, it has to be said, though, that wind that you referred to earlier is blowing exactly in this direction toward us. So if he elevates the ball in that area, it will be held up by the wind. So something to consider there.
Yeah, good call, Brian Walters. And this one, finally he gets his bearings right. The first delivery was very short. On this one, they're again coming back for two. Ramiz is very quick on his feet, and so is Saad Ali. And Brian, to your point, it's almost become such a cliche in T20 cricket. Tend to overthink combinations at times, that a left-arm orthodox cannot come into the attack while a left-hander is there. You're bowling into his arc. Sharjeel Khan had been on the crease for quite some time, and now it's been Saad Ali, but some of your best bowlers have to come out and bowl those overs. You cannot keep protecting them.
You can't hide them forever. Exactly.
And there's no thumb rule that says that he cannot dismiss one of them. So yeah, the senior statesman is Obis Pinar as he bowls to Saad Ali. And nice and tight again, like you said, Brian, he's very accurate. Goes to Kinar Lewis at long on, just a single. Long on is very wide, mind you, from the angle we are looking. And so is that cow corner. So they're very well aware of that arc. The left armer is going to open up to the left-hander. But then again, like Brian, my colleague, pointed out, he's going to be going up against that strong wind.
Speaking of that strong wind, as far as you and I are concerned, we're so happy that this wind is blowing, because it's the only thing that's keeping us, I don't know, our body temperature is somewhere around 100.
We're so thankful to be feeling like it's only 100. Feels like a blessing.
What was the heat index earlier? 115?
Yeah, just a meager 115.
Sure,
no
sure.
big deal
Yeah.
for us folks in Houston. As this one is swept by Saad Ali, and Najaf Shah this time does very well to keep it down to just a single.
Yeah, certainly Najaf Shah getting down and stopping that one. That was swept from a very full length. I don't know if he wants to keep doing that, because that's the type of delivery that can get under the attempted sweep and threaten either the stumps or the pad to be a judge LBW.
Yeah, 4 deliveries into the 14th over, 6 to go after this. This one is slightly short, and Saad Ali pounces on against the wind, but if you middle that, the 70-meter boundary can easily be cleared as you see that 6 sail over the mid-wicket fielder, Brian.
Yeah, that was what the concern was when
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier that if you're going to bowl that ball, it has to be outside the line of off, and it cannot be in his arc, because as a left-hander, that turn is going to be it's going to be encouraging that exact shot. So if you allow him the room to play that shot, then that's exactly what happens. It's a good-looking stroke, and no question that with that stroke, Saad Ali now moving up to 22 from 14 with 1-4 and 1-6.
And although that's an extra, he would feel that he missed out on that one.
Yes.
But that last ball, the 6, was the exact scenario which they were trying to avoid with the left-hander bowling to the left-hander.
Yep.
And again, it opens up that arc, but this time it was slightly foolish, so he couldn't get under the ball to get that elevation. And cricket, Brian, is a game of such fine margins that on a shot like that, delivery probably coming out a fraction of a second late in the hand, and the batsman going a little early is going to sky that ball up. We'll come back to that point. At the end of 14, it's 129 for 2.
Y'all don't really want it like
I love it. Absolutely love it.
So only 6 overs left to go in this innings. 129 for 2, 8 wickets in the dugout. The likes of Milind Kumar, Hamad Azam, Harmeet Singh, and even an Anwar Ali who's no muck with the bat. So there's a lot of batting to come. Brian, would you give them a minimum of 60 runs, given the way this pitch is playing in the last 6?
I would have to think so. 10 and over gets them exactly from here, obviously, to 189. That would be 60 from where they are right now. 12 and over gets them to 201. I would suspect with the hitting to come, absolute just people who can come in and boss the bowling attack around. I would think they have to be targeting at least 10 and possibly 12. So I think anything north of 190 is absolutely on the cards. And it's going to be up to Miguel Pretorius, who's now being brought back for his third over to keep Saad Ali quiet. But it's almost like the old days when you had Greenwich and Hayes batting. If one of them gets out, then you know who's coming in next. And that is slapped to the left of Obaspinar, who's had a lot of work to do, but he does well to keep the damage to 1 run. You know, every time we commentate, I have to drop a Greenwich and Hayes reference, right?
I've been lucky and blessed to be on the chair besides you on all those occasions. Might have a recollection of a lot of those references, as we saw that wonderful camera work by our friends at SC Tech and Productions. You see them on the bottom left corner of your screen. Wonderful ball tracking efforts. And this one is blasted down the ground, very straight. But again, there's Kenar Lewis. Hard to get anything past that man.
Lewis, I said it a couple times, a tremendous athlete, wicketkeeper batter. In fact, there's a number of wicketkeeper batters in the squad. The captain himself, Andreas House, is a keeper, as is Kenar Lewis. Smith Patel has the gloves on this time. Pretorius again. Oh.
And this was slightly wide. We've said they're trying to just keep it out of that arc. But, well, if he's not going cow corner, he can still pick it up down the ground. And which is what he did on that occasion. A 6 to Saad Ali. And like we had predicted with those 8 wickets still to come, they might start going hell for leather in these final 6 overs, and that's been the case, or that seems to be the case. What's also worked very well for the Kingsmen, Brian, is they lost the big wicket of Martin Guptill. But it's very important when something like that happens in your top 3 or 4, you get the other guys capitalizing and contributing as much as they can. And Sharjeel Khan, Ramiz Raja and Saad Ali, all 3 have gotten very decent scores so far.
Yorker length, work to do by both Obaspinar and Chandrapal Hemraj. Hemraj is the one who gets to it and just limits that damage to 1 run. I think more than anything else, I'm convinced that if a wicket falls now, Milind Kumar is a beautiful batter. I think you're going for power at this stage if a wicket falls. So it's either going to be Hamad Azam or it's going to be Harmeet Singh. And I think depending on which one of the 2 is out, because one is a lefty and one is a righty, it will be either one or the other.
Rightly said, Brian. As this one is cracked by Ramiz Raja, it goes to deep mid-wicket. They have to be content with a single as Dane Pete throws the ball back in. And the nature of the beast, Brian Walters, when we talk of T20 cricket, is such that the drawing board has to be reassessed, not even over by over, but ball by ball.
Yes.
And a lot of times you've got your artillery lined up, but you can rotate the pack based on the situation in the game. So Milind Kumar is somebody they would have liked to send him in before the 10 overs, but now we are in that death over phase, as this one is taken on the full by Saad Ali, toe ended, too long on for a single. So yeah, there's a decent case for holding Milind Kumar back now, and the skipper Hamad promoting himself at number 5 as over number 15 comes to an end. 140 for 2.
So 140 for 2 after 15. Dane Pete has bowled well so far in this match. 3 overs. And his figures so far, none for 24. Was treated a little rudely in that last innings. I'm sorry, that last over. But for the most part, did his best to keep them quiet. But he's now bowling to 2 batters who have full license to go for the shots. And there is a drive straight to long off. Taken. Saad Ali trying to take on the off spinner, using his feet to get to the pitch, but only succeeding in finding Pretorius down on the boundary at long off. So the 3rd wicket goes down. And that is the end of a good enterprising innings from Saad Ali. 32 from 20. And we will now hold our breath to see who the new batter is going to be. If, as I suspect,
It seems Calvin Savage took that catch. Safe pair of hands. That remains to be seen who's the new batsman walking out. Looks like that is Hamad Azam, but we'll get that confirmation from our official scorers.
Yep, that is Hamad Azam. Just as we suspected, Milind Kumar again, a brilliant young batter. But at this stage, I think they're going for power, looking to turn the screws. They're going to be wanting about 40 in 20 balls from the captain. And with Harmeet Singh to come afterward, I think you're looking for something similar from both of them.
An enterprising innings by Saad Ali. If you're the Kingsmen supporter, for your sake, I should stay put in my chair.
So that wicket might be credited to you, Munir.
Yeah, only occasion I got up on my chair to just fetch us some beverages. And that brought about the downfall of Saad Ali. Dane Pete continues, and Hamad Azam was looking to go across the line. He obviously sees that gap, a big gap backward of square leg. There's a very squarish, deep, fine leg inside the circle. And then there's Chandrapal Hemraj on backward square leg, as this one is beaten outside the off stump is Hamad Azam. Good work by Smith Patel, just whips the bails in a flash. And like we've been saying, Brian, that oftentimes it's not easy for you to just come out and start hitting all the shots, and this one is a loud appeal.
Gone.
Seemed like there was an underedge, and Dane Pete seemed pretty confident, and so did Smith Patel. Hamad Azam doesn't look convinced. Umpire Owen Brown has the final say, and he seemed to think there was a very clear edge, as Hamad Azam will have to walk back. The 4th wicket is down. We spoke about this, Brian, that you cannot afford to lose wickets in clusters.
Walking very slowly back there. The captain did not think that he was out, but it doesn't matter what he thinks because umpire Owen Brown with the finger raised. Huge swipe. Can't see from that angle, of course, but I will say the keeper immediately went up. Dane Pete did not immediately appeal. So Hamad Azam would be thinking, is there the possibility that ball would have missed the edge? But obviously not going to be able to tell from our vantage point, and no way that we can tell without the benefit of technology. But umpire Owen Brown immediately raising that finger, so he was convinced that something flicked either the bat or the glove, and he is the only, his opinion is the only one that matters. So 2 in 2 in the same over. So that brings a couple of important changes here, because now this will be Harmeet Singh who is taking strike. We did talk about both Harmeet Singh and Hamad Azam.
And this one is just back of length. Intelligent cricket from Harmeet, just rocks back onto the back foot and gets across for a single. He's off the mark. And we've also got to keep in mind, Brian, we saw two replays from two different angles of that dismissal with no snicko and no hotspot and all kinds of technologies. You will not see any kind of deflection on the faint tickle. You're not hearing anything from the stump cams. So umpires is what we have to go by. And this one is dropped a little short. Ramiz off the back foot, like he's done all day long, pulls it very convincingly, and that brings an end to over number 16, 142 for 4.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, here comes the.
So, only 24 deliveries to go in this first innings. The Kingsmen are on 142 for 4. Dane Pete has bowled 3 good overs for 24 runs and 2 wickets, and now coming back to bowl his final over is Kelvin Savage. Bowled a very good third over, as his first 2 were taken for a few runs by Sharjeel Khan. So Kelvin would be looking to finish strong in his final over. Ramiz is on strike, who's batting on 43 of 31. And this one, as it left the bat, you thought he really has pinged it, and again he was hitting against the wind, so the ball was up in the air for quite some time. For a moment Ramiz might have had his heart in his mouth. It seemed he picked that cow corner fielder. Looked like it was, not sure who the fielder was, but as he took the catch he realized he'd already gone over the boundary. So welcome 6 runs there for Ramiz Raja. He's playing a very crucial knock. Has taken over from Sharjeel Khan, and he is now on 49.
49 from just 31 balls. So with the fall of Hamad Azam and Saad Ali's wickets, contribution from Ramiz Raja becomes that much more important. Just one away from his 50. Looking forward to being able to accelerate past that point. Oh my goodness, that's going to be a no ball. I would have to think. Watching, yep, immediately signaled no ball by Sadiq Khoja. Full toss, clearly got away from Calvin Savage. But again, a full toss that is above waist height is immediately considered to be a no ball. Doesn't matter that it was nowhere near the batter, and clearly it slipped out of the hand of Calvin Savage, but unfortunately for him, not only does he concede the extra, but this next delivery is going to be a free hit to a man on 49 from 32.
Yeah, looked like he was trying a slower ball or rolling his fingers. Ramiz has been eyeing that leg side boundary as the free hit comes in, and that's a good delivery outside the off stump, and Jacob Pienaar does so well. That ball was skidding off that lightning fast outfield here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Could have very easily sneaked away for a boundary, but he's been so good there, Jacob Pienaar. He's stopped a lot of runs in that position.
Obus Pienaar has done really well in that area, but that last shot brought up the 50 for Ramiz Raja. Now 50 from 34. Score now moving on to 150. So those 2 landmarks coming at the same time. 50 for Ramiz Raja and 150 for the Kingsmen. Looking to accelerate from here. Harmeet Singh now on strike, and he is the man for me to look out for the rest of the way. He's a power hitter, not very large as somebody like Hamad Azam, but he packs a powerful punch. and can hit big off of both pacers and spinners.
Yeah, and keep in mind that we've said the Houston Open, Dauphin's Houston Open is also almost a curtain raiser to the Major League.
Yes.
And the first ever draft pick in that Major League was none other than Harmeet Singh. And as this one was again a slowish delivery, Kelvin Savage is rolling his fingers on the ball. A little early in the shot was Harmeet, but gets across for a single.
Well, you would be content with just giving up singles to Harmeet Singh at this stage of the innings. That run rate now above 9.15. So currently projected to be at 183. Earlier we said if they were going to look for between 10 and 12 and over, they'd be over in the 190-200 range. As of right now, 10 and over gets them to 186. Full toss slapped away straight to Obaspinar. He's had a lot of work to do in that area, and he's been equal to the task every single time. Hit very hard, but again, straight to Obaspinar. Just now 2 balls remaining in this, the 17th over.
Yeah, it's almost like when Obaspinar comes into play on that sweeper cover boundary, it's like watching a game of tennis. The way the ball is hit, in a blink you turn your neck and the ball is hitting the palms of Obaspinar. They've been tracking in that direction in that manner. The ball has been flying off those outside edges as Harmeet with a very open stance. And this one, well done by Smith Patel, was very close to being 5 wides.
Very much so. As it is just that one wide. Smith Patel has done a couple times today, saved 4 runs for his side. One off an under edge much earlier from, I believe that was Sharjeel Khan who was batting. And then this time, definitely that ball sprayed down the leg side. Had he not stopped that, gotten glove on it, it certainly would have raced away for 4 additional wides.
Yeah, it was outside his range, but what you saw on that replay was the moment he saw the bearings of that ball, he was already running down the leg side, and then he put in the dive. As this one, Obaspinar can only stand and watch. So much width, and Corey Anderson inside the circle at cover could also watch that ball just pass him for a boundary.
Yeah, that was hit fiercely. Absolutely brilliant shot by Ramiz Raja, who now moves up into the 55 range. 157 for 4, make that 158 for 4. And all of a sudden, that same score that we looked at earlier, that 190, is still on the cards, I think. Oh, whipped away. What a beautiful shot. Full toss, going down the leg side, helps himself to 4 runs. Ends up being a very expensive over from Calvin Savage. 20 runs coming from it. At the end of the 17th over, the score is 162 for 4.
So this over just keeps getting bad to worse. We thought that was the end of the over, but we realized that Kelvin Savage had overstepped on that occasion, as he was reminded by umpire Sadiq Khoja. So that first ball went for a 6, and then there was that delivery that slipped out of his hand, the no ball, 3 singles, then that big wide down the leg side, a boundary, and a boundary of a no ball.
Oh.
The run rate, Brian, had dropped to just under 8.5 before this over.
Wow.
It's now pushing 10. That's how big this over has been in the context of this game. And this one might be... It looked like he middled it to perfection, but it goes down to who seems like the skipper at long on, just for a single. So Kelvin Savage bowls out his 4 for a rather expensive 48. At the end of 17, it's 164 for 4.
Here comes the, here comes the, here comes the. Y'all don't really want it like that. Here comes the.
So we're back live in over number 18. Only 18 deliveries to go in this innings. And Brian Walters, what's conspired here in the last 5 overs or so? An hour ago, we were discussing that Ramiz Raja is playing a very subdued innings when Sharjeel Khan was going all guns blazing. His first 20 deliveries or so, he was batting at a strike rate of just over 100. And look what he's done in the last 18 odd deliveries. He has scored in the range of 40 runs, almost going at a strike rate of 220 or so in those last 18 deliveries. And that really is a testament to what we always say, the kind of batting you can do in T20 cricket. Even if you have to take the first few deliveries to get yourself in, once you do that, you're always in a good position to come back and capitalize and cover up those deliveries. That is exactly what Ramiz has done. 60 of 38.
Tremendous. You called for it yourself for somebody to stand up after Sharjeel Khan was dismissed. I think Ramiz Raja has answered the call there. Oba Spinar is the one who's bowling now from the highway end. Bowled 1 over, conceded 14 runs. But starts here with the dot ball.
And this one, there was a clear intent of targeting that wide line outside the off stump. On the first delivery, Ramiz was trying to heave it across the line towards mid-wicket. Very intelligently, he understands what the line of attack is and goes through the offside on this occasion. Was trying to go inside out, but even that thickish edge was always going to evade that fielder at short third, and he gathers a very important boundary. And again, that same line of attack, and this one is hit inside out. The fielder at sweeper cover had given it up. Just a couple of steps into that chase, Brian Walters, a 6 this time. In fact, that's a boundary. A 1 bounce 4, so 2 back-to-back 4s.
Yeah, looking to go inside out. Didn't hit it cleanly, so essentially sliced it away. And that fielder, no question that Oba Spinar is trying to keep that ball away out of the hitting zone of Ramiz Raja. But he's being equal to the task and being able to get to the line. And that time just able to slice it away over the top. The fielder at cover not able to get across in time. Now this is hit in the air. Catchable? No, it is not. Over the top and goes for 6. So all of a sudden, Ramiz Raja has turned things on and is looking to accelerate toward the back end of this innings. 4-4-6.
That run rate has now finally gone up over 10 runs and over. As Oba Spinar again continues, and this one he does not get the meat of the bat. Got too much elevation. 4-4-6 and out. Ramiz Raja has tried to clear the boundary one more time, and this time he perishes, but he has done a lot of damage. Brian Walters, 76 of 42. What an innings by Ramiz Raja.
He has absolutely done tremendous damage. That's Tirth Patel out there who had the very well judged catch. Ball staying in the air for a long time, and not only did he have to concentrate on catching that ball, but he had to concentrate on keeping himself inside the ropes. Obviously, if you take that catch and touch or step over that rope, it would not only would it not be out, it would be also a 6. So you have to be very careful there, and Tirth Patel judging that one to perfection. But yes, or make that Ramiz Raja doing a lot of damage. 76 from 43 balls faced. The 5th wicket goes down. The score is 180.
He gets a standing ovation as he arrives in the dugout. Such was the nature of this innings. Seems the new batsman is Anwar Ali. We spoke about him, that he's no muck with the bat. His primary role is to open the bowling, but he is just as capable with the bat. In fact, I recollect when he was regularly playing for Pakistan, he might have played a few very good innings down the order. And tries to slog sweep As you see that helmet with the PCB logo, of course he played for Pakistan. A very good T20 player. As over number 18 comes to a close, it's 180 for 5, a run rate of exactly 10. So, to no surprise, Miguel Pretorius, who has now quite a reputation for his death bowling, comes into bowl the penultimate over. This one is cracked by Harmeet Singh, and again there's that over spinner who keeps it down to just 1 run. Brian, we were covering the quarterfinal last evening and even the semi-final today. Miguel Pretorius is somebody who can really nail those Yorkers in the last couple of overs, and that's just what he wants to do against somebody like Anwar Ali.
Well, Anwar Ali is a big, powerful striker of the ball, so you have to keep it out of his zone. Whipping it away into the deep, catchable. Oh, not caught here by the captain. Andreas Haus on the rope, and then it eludes him and gets by for 4 runs. So the ball staying in the air for a very long time, not quite having the time to come in and get that Andreas Haus, and somehow has it get by him and goes for 4.
Yeah, almost seemed to overrun that ball, and especially when there's that long handle coming in and the bat might be spinning just a little bit in the hands, that ball is always going to spin on that part of the ground, which happened in that case as well. Too late by that time for Andres Goss, as that ball evaded him and went for a boundary. And this time, Anwar Ali gets down the track. It seems it's straight in the hands of that fielder. Was it caught?
Clean catch. What an absolutely clean catch. That is again Tirth Patel, who takes a brilliant catch, well judged. From our perspective, he looks like he's about a yard inside the rope, judging it to perfection, taking it head height. Beautiful catch. Tirth Patel with his second good catch in the outfield. Score is now 185 for 6.
I don't happen to know a lot about Tirth Patel, unfortunately. But if you're a fielder who's being rotated from deep mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket in consecutive overs,
100%
and you also wear jersey number 10 for your team, there must be something special about you, like he showed with that catch. Tirth Patel, very impressive. That ball might have just evaded him, but he was so good judging that ball and holding on to it.
Stunning, absolutely stunning. And I think he just may not have been exactly sure where he was, so instead of taking a step back, he jumped to be able to take that ball high enough for fear of not wanting to step on or over the rope. As it turns out, he was about a yard and a half inside of that rope. So even if he had taken 1 step back, he would have been okay. But tremendous catch. 185 for 6 now with just 9 balls remaining here in this innings. The new batter is now Milind Kumar.
And just back of length, and Milind was content to play it off the back foot and get to the non-striker's end and hand it over to Harmeet, who has more of a reputation for delivering the big blows at this time of the innings.
There's no question that that's why he's there. That's why he was promoted up the order. Has had a few wickets fall around him, so from that standpoint, he's going to be looking to maybe be just slightly more circumspect, but also with 9 balls to go, make that 8 balls to go. You sort of anticipate that he'll be looking to swing for the fences at some point. Huge drive and a miss.
We spoke about that ability of Miguel Pretorius to bowl those Yorkers. And the very good thing about him is he lands those Yorkers right on the crease, like he did on that occasion. Very humble young man. Was having a chat with him at the end of play yesterday after the quarterfinals. Told me he enjoyed a game of golf yesterday while everyone was sitting in the hotel rooms waiting for play to resume.
Oh, wow.
That might have helped stretch that body for these Yorkers. And this one is hit straight up in the air. It might be touch and go on that boundary, and in fact it just goes over. The fielder for quite some time, Brian Walters, thought he was in play, but eventually it went a good couple of meters over the boundary.
Paul Hemraj, the fielder who was back on the boundary, anticipating just for a split second that he might have gotten the opportunity for a catch, but not able to take it. Here we see on the replay, again, Harmeet Singh, a dangerous hitter of the cricket ball, skies this one, stays in the air a long time, and it would have been helped by the wind blowing from the south. And that certainly absolutely helps that ball carry over the ropes. 192 for 6 after 19.
The final over is about to be resumed, and like we have seen game after game, Najaf Shah is the one who's going to close the innings. On a lot of occasions, Brian, we have seen that boundary being targeted towards the forest end, and it's always been Chandrapal Hemraj down there, and on a few occasions the ball has evaded him by just a few feet, and he has got swerving hands and a lot of emotions from the bowlers, but it's not his fault. He's not the tallest man on the field.
He is not. Somebody like a Najaf Shah, who was back on the boundary, would have been able to catch that. Certainly an Oba Spinar, or maybe a Miguel Pretorius. Of course, Pretorius the one who was bowling that over, so he's very good, but I don't think he can bowl and field that long on at the same time. But this last over now to be bowled by Najaf Shah, bowling to Milind Kumar.
A full toss, and Milind Kumar gets stuck into this. Straight down the throat of, guess who? It's that Oba Spinar again. No surprise there. We've been so impressed by his fielding and just composure out there on the boundary. And nothing against Milind. He just came very late in this innings, and he had to go at this point. The ball pinged really well off his bat, and just a feet to the left or right or high up, that ball could have gone for a 6. Unfortunately, it just went straight down the throat of Oba Spinar, as remains to be seen who the new batsman is going to be. But whoever it is, you want to put Harmeet Singh back on strike.
Oh my goodness, that has to be the thinking at this stage. Harmeet Singh will be the difference between a score above 200 and a score below it. As it is, you already have 192 runs on the board, so psychologically you're doing very well there, but you can afford to tack on a few more. You'd love to tack on a few more. If you are the Kingsmen, they're going to look to do exactly that. This new batter, who is Hassan Khan, skied it. Is Oba Spinar in with a chance again? Oh, what a great catch. Oba Spinar, so well judged. Stays in the air a really long time. He positions himself right on the boundary, probably less than a foot away from the ropes, and takes it cleanly. Look at this replay.
Yeah, again, just a slowish delivery. He was a little early in the shot, so got more height than distance. And Oba Spinar is probably gonna grasp one of those with his eyes closed.
Oh yes,
that's how good he has been. But Brian, with 192 on the scoreboard and with wickets galore in the last couple of overs, oftentimes it's that momentum with which he closed the innings. So in spite of conceding so much, the SAMP army feeling good about the way they've gone about their business in the last couple of overs. Just such fine margins in this game of cricket. A few of these strokes, if they were just couple of feet over to the left or right of the fielders, we might have been looking at 210 by now.
You're absolutely right. As Samin Gul is the batter who's coming in, who's going to be tasked with staving off a hat trick of all things, believe it or not. in the final over of a T20 innings when you want to be swinging for the fences. But I guarantee you the first priority for him will be to not be the batter who gets dismissed for Najaf Shah's hat trick. Here he is. Looks for the Yorker, lofted in the air. Does he have a chance again? Oh my God! Oh my goodness! A hat trick of Obus Pinar catches. Have you ever seen anything like that? I have watched a lot of cricket in the 55 years I've been on the planet. I have never seen one outfielder take 3 consecutive catches. 192 for 9.
The man, the myth, the magician, Obus Pinar. We've spoken about his fielding abilities time and again in this final. He's been fielding just meters away from us. He's been patrolling that whole real estate on that side of the wicket. And like a leopard, he hasn't let anything pass him on that side of the wicket. And as you see that on your screen.
And look at the brilliance to complete that catch for the hat trick. Knew that he was falling over the ropes. And of course, if you don't know the rules of cricket, if you catch the ball but then go over the rope, stepping on or over it, it's not only not out, it's also a 6. So he had to first control the ball, then throw it back in to allow his momentum to not take him over the ropes with the ball, then reestablish himself on the field of play and completed the catch. Absolutely brilliant work there by Obus Pinar.
Yeah, and the way he landed and balanced himself on that one foot, he's extremely fit and athletic.
Oh.
Major League Cricket, if you're watching, this man's stocks keep going up by the minute, by the ball.
Oh my goodness, tremendous, absolutely tremendous work by Obus Pinar.
And like we were discussing, Brian, although it's 192 on the score, a lot of times, the way you're closing the innings, the momentum you're carrying back in that dugout, the batsmen are going to feel confident. There's been a lot of cheer and excitement in that camp of SAMP Army, and this one again evades the batsman, Harmeet Singh. He is desperate to get back on the strike,
Singh
wants those final 2 deliveries somehow.
Badly wants to be on strike. Look, 192 is a lot of runs already, but look at this, 4 dot balls here in the 20th, including a hat trick of wickets, credited to Najaf Shah, but completing the catch. And this is worked into the deep. This is going to be a single. Maybe way too little, way too late, but Harmeet Singh is now the one on strike. He's wanted to be at that end for several deliveries now. He will have his chance with 1 ball remaining.
If you're in Najaf Shah, that topic of feast or famine, the first over he conceded 1 or 2 runs, and then the next over 3 sixes and a couple of boundaries, 26 odd runs off his second over. Then there was that catch that he dropped of Saad Ali, and now he comes back in the final over to take a hat trick and concede just 1 run. What a mixed bag of events for Najaf Shah.
Look at that. Absolute brilliance. He was looking to go for the Yorker, and Najaf Shah got it just a little wide. And all that Harmeet Singh needed was just that little bit of width, squeezing it through the offside, racing away for 4.
Yeah, nothing wrong there from Najaf Shah. Harmeet Singh very interestingly marks an off-stump guard and has a very open stance, not showing any of his stumps, but Najaf Shah still nailed that Yorker, the low full toss on the base of off-stump, but Harmeet by that time had created that room outside the off-stump and gets it wide of Obus Pinar. So at the end of 20, Kingsmen have notched up 198 runs, and they went at 9.9 runs an over. Martin Guptill was a casualty in the very first over, got out for a duck. Sharjeel Khan entertained 1 and all with 6 sixes, scored 64 of 39. When Sharjeel Khan departed, it was Ramiz Raja who took over the scoring and played a blinder of a knock, 76 of his 43. He was kept good company by Saad Ali, who scored 32 of 20. Skipper Hamad Azam was a little disappointed at his dismissal as he was given caught behind of the bowling of Dane Pete. And then Harmeet Singh with the closing finishes. But what's also going to catch a lot of attention, is that hat trick by Najaf Shah. As we look at that final delivery, Brian Walters, we spoke about that Yorker.
You're absolutely right. He did make room, stepping away to the leg side, opening up all three stumps. That ball might have been on off stump, so I was incorrect at first in saying that he got it too wide. In fact, that width was created by Harmeet Singh himself, moving across and making sure that that ball squirted away to the boundary. Now for the bowling, Najaf Shah had a mixed bag, had a hat trick, but also gave up 11 per over in his 33. 2 wickets for Dane Pete, one each for Miguel Pretorius, Corey Anderson, and Obas Pinar himself, who also took 3 absolutely brilliant catches in the outfield, the third of which completed a hat trick. A hat trick of catches. Don't always see that happen very often. So, what that means is that to win the championship, the SAMP Army is going to have to come back and score 198 runs in 20 overs. So we will be back shortly in about 15 minutes for the chase. For now, taking a break here from Prairie View Cricket Complex. See you very soon. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. This is the final innings of the Daffy News Houston Open 2023, where the SAMP Army has the small matter of chasing down 198 runs for victory. And they have the power-packed lineup to be able to try that. Openers are Andreas Haus, captain, and the wicket-keeper batter who's playing this day is just a batter, Kenar Lewis. And facing up against Anwar Ali, Brian Walters again, joined by Munir Majid. Good afternoon, Majid. Munir, as this is whipped away into deep square leg for a single.
Welcome back to all the listeners. Thank you, Mr. Brian Walters. Just about a par score, we can say, on this track. It looks like a belter of a wicket.
Par is a strong word. I don't know if I'd describe it as par. And then, of course, bearing in mind this is the final. So 197 runs is more like 215 or 220 in a group stages match because you have the added pressure of the finals. But now Andreas Haus is the one on strike. And he is a tremendous batter in his own right. And he's batting from the southern end of the ground where the wind is blowing from. So anything in the air will travel. Short arm jab, 4 runs. Easy as you like. My goodness, Andreas Haus is really good on that shot. Short into his body, and he just whips it off his hips away for the first boundary of the afternoon.
Yeah, and he's been in red-hot form, has been Andres Goss. And there's also been emotions running high in this final fixture. There's been a lot going on in the build-up with that semi-final. So Andres Goss, being the skipper, wants to take the bull by its horns and lead this chase. But when we talk about par scores, Brian Walters, there's some method to the madness, which I'll come back to after this very delivery. Anwar Ali again, and it's that same length, but this time he goes slightly outside the off stump. Andres tries to cut it. He's beaten outside the off stump. So
certainly. So I want to hear the method to your madness. Tell me why you think 197 is a par score.
So first thing first, the way Kingsmen batted, the ball was really coming on. They were able to play those shots on the up. We saw Sharjeel Khan and Ramiz Raja. So belter of a wicket, a lightning fast outfield, and about 70-meter boundaries. But negating that is that was a shy on the stumps by, it seems, Saad Ali at backward point, and Kenar Lewis had given up. Mind you, Kenar Lewis is the guy who would have to play that Sharjeel kind of a role for SAMP Army. Sharjeel Khan really got out of the blocks in the power play and hit just a flurry of sixes. There's no other way to describe it. He hit as many as 7 sixes, if I'm correct, in a stay at the wicket. As you see, Goss play this off the back foot. Saad Ali with a shy, and yeah, Kenar had just given up. He was miles out of the crease, a direct hit, and he was long gone. As you see that again.
Anwar Ali now taking up the attack, continuing short, but not timed well by Kenar Lewis. There's protection out in the deep, that is deep square leg, and just a single. So having to go at the rate from here of 9.97. So essentially you're having to score 10 runs and over for 20 overs to win. That is not easy. And 191 runs is a lot of runs to have to come up with. Telling you something that they'll be challenged by. But I think Andreas Haus and Kenar Lewis are up to the challenge.
Very true and rightly said, Brian, as the last delivery of this first over comes up. And again, that slightly short delivery, back of a length. And there wasn't even a lot of room, but he manufactured that shot, played it from right under his nose, and how he generated that much power playing that cut shot is beyond me. But such is the class of Andres Goss, as
short and outside off. Not a whole lot of room there, but he did not need a lot of room. As I said earlier, very small margin for error with these batters. Cuts it away behind point for 4. after the first over. They're keeping up with the scoring rate, 11 without loss.
So Brian, resuming live and the second over of the chase and picking back up what we were discussing in the first, the method to the madness.
I would love to hear this.
I gave you three. We'll come back to that point after this first delivery from Samin Gul, who started off from the highway 290 end. And look at that pacey delivery, just took off after pitching. Ramiz Raja was up on his toes trying to collect that ball. Results in just a dot ball.
Well, you have fine leg at the 30-yard circle, and you have a deep backward square leg in Harmeet Singh. I would put both of them. If you're going to bowl that length from that end with the wind, I would put them both back on the circle, because any top edge is coming in this direction, and it is coming at pace, particularly as quickly as Samin Gul is bowling. That ball would be flying over the top of fine leg.
And look at that run up.
Yes.
He's running from those
35
Dafa
yards.
News hoardings.
What did I say? It's going to over our heads here, well into the other field for 6. Anything in the air from that direction is going to be traveling. And so you're going to have to be very careful if you're going to bowl that length to have your fielders back on the circle. In this case, it doesn't matter where the fielders were, because it flew all the way for 6.
So while that ball is being retrieved, we have a breather to come back to that discussion we're trying to find a conclusion to.
All right.
So that ball is a very testament when you can trust the bounce of the wicket and just go along with that shot, and then it travels 100 plus meters.
Yes.
Add to that the very fast lightning outfield and just about 70-meter boundaries. 192 could very well be a par score, but as this next delivery is played back of a length, too short third man, or rather a backward point, a dot ball. But add to the fact that the Kingsmen have a very accomplished bowling lineup. Like we've often said, T20 is a game of momentum. So regardless of what the par score is, a couple of quick wickets or wickets falling in a flurry, even 150 could be beyond them. And while if somebody gets in the middle and starts finding the middle of the bat, even 220 is chaseable. Such is the nature of T20 cricket.
Okay, you made a very, very convincing case. You do have me convinced. This is good bowling here by Samin Gul. He went away from that short pitched attack and going instead to sort of short of length bowling. The last 2 deliveries have kept Kenar Lewis quiet.
And we also said, Brian, that matching the fire with fire, the guy who's going to have to step into those Sharjeel Khan-like shoes is Kenar Lewis. Because a lot of players would score pretty runs. But the butchership that players like Sharjeel Khan and Kenar Lewis bring, with their exploits in the middle, that could totally shatter confidence of the opposition bowlers.
Oh, just for a second there, his heart would have been in his mouth. Thought that would have carried to Hamad Azam in the covers. Landing short of him, thankfully, at least as far as he's concerned. Kenar Lewis, just another dot. So productive over so far, actually. You saw that big 6, but everything else has been a dot ball. And now just looking to close out strongly here is Samin Gul.
Yeah, and Anwar Ali and both Samin Gul, for the first few exchanges, seem to be bowling into the ribcage of Kenar Lewis, bowling very short into his body. After that 6, they have refrained from that plan.
Yes.
Now slightly foolish, like you saw that cover drive. And this one seemed like there might have been a bottom edge. I heard something, and so is the reaction of Samin Ali. Ramiz Raja is just rubbing his chest. Let's look at this again. Mind you, there's no snicko, and we cannot tell any deflection if there's a faint tickle.
Can't tell anything from that. Boy, that ball tailing back in after it passed the bat, taking Ramiz Raja on the left bicep. No harm, no foul though. Good over. 6 runs coming from it. At the end of 2, the score is 17 without loss.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah, here comes the.
So back live from over number 3 of this huge championship final of the Dafa News Houston Open 2023. Back of a length from Anwar Ali to Andres Goss. Nicely played to mid-on. It's been a good start. In chases like these, the first thing you want to evade and put a check mark is no wickets with the new ball. So 2 overs for just 17 runs, but no wicket lost. They're going at just over 8 runs an over, but the required rate has already crept up over 10. That's the kind of scoreboard pressure, Brian, that's always going to be part and parcel of this kind of a chase. Again, off the back foot, nicely uses his wrist to work it away from that long on fielder and get a single. Looks like Martin Guptill is fielding at mid-on.
So what you don't want to do when you're chasing a total as large as 198 is have prolonged periods where you're not scoring. The last 8 deliveries have yielded 7 runs, but one of those was a 6, which means that 7 of the last deliveries have been 6 dots and a single. So you don't want to have the opportunity for the other side to keep you quiet for that long. So you're going to have to do something if you're Kennard Lewis to change the equation. Slower delivery, tries to whip it off his body, but does not make contact, just trickling to short, fine leg. And this is good bowling here by this opening pair, Anwar Ali and Samid Gul. Anwar Ali so far, his 2 overs make that 1 over and 2 balls have cost him 12 runs, make that 1 over and 3 balls, going to cost him 12 runs. So he's doing well. And then Samid Gul himself, 1 over for 6 runs. So I'll tell you, the squeeze is on. Right now the Kingsmen are applying pressure. It's going to be up to the SAMP Army to break themselves free from it.
And a definite plan, again, that body line into the ribs of Kennard Lewis. This one, he has to create some room, and there's a misfielding. Looked like it was Harmeet Singh at covers. And before those last couple of deliveries, the thought I was holding on to was whether Anwar Ali would continue that line into the rib cage, short into the body. And there's a clear plan. They've got mid-on inside the circle. They've got a fine leg at 45 inside the circle. But then there's a deep mid-wicket and a man right behind the umpire on the deep square leg boundary. So bowling into the body of Kennard Lewis is Anwar Ali. And again, the same line of attack.
Oh, my goodness. That is Kennard Lewis at his best. Short, but that short ball did not get up very high. It's probably around stomach height, and he pounces all over it into the next field for the biggest 6 that he has hit while he's been here.
Yeah, and the thing about this kind of attack is you're almost giving the initiative to the batsman, that we know if we pitch anything up, you're going to go downtown, so we are bowling at your body. So the message to Kennard Lewis is, we know, big man, you can get stuck into us. And right from the word go, the first ball of the innings, while it's a new ball and we know it just swings a bit for the first 3 or so overs, there was no slip. From the word go, the very first ball of the innings, they were bowling into the body of Kennard Lewis. So that's kind of played into his hands. Still, cricket is a funny game, and they could get lucky if Kennard just skies one up whilst playing that shot and holds out. But so far, he has the upper hand in this contest.
Slower delivery that plays the way through the offside for 4 more. Fielder after it gives up the chase pretty easily. So Kennard Lewis closing out the 3rd over with a 6 and a 4. So we talked about the scoring being very slow. Kennard Lewis doing his best to pick things back up. 13 runs coming from that over. In fact, my apologies. That should be 1 ball remaining in the over. And in fact, yep, they have made that change. So that is the end of the over. So the end of 3, scoring rate is exactly 10. 30 without loss after 3. No, because she needs a telescope to see a screen that's 2 feet away from her.
So yeah, like we were discussing in the previous over, no matter the format of cricket, you can even go down to 10 overs. But the importance of bowling that 4th stump line with a new ball just back of length, hitting the top of off stump, at least for the first couple of overs, is unmatchable in cricket, as this one has evaded Sharjeel Khan. 2 very contrasting styles of batting. There, Brian Walters, there's the butchership and sheer power of Kennard Lewis, and then there's the poise of Andres Goss. In fact, an inside edge on that occasion.
I was
the
about
Chinese
to say,
cut.
he's usually a very poised, composed batter, but that was a genuine inside edge that could have threatened the stumps. Luckily for Andres Goss, it does not come close to the stumps. And races away to the boundary behind fine leg. So runs coming at in a bunch now. We talked about the fact that they were tied down for a number of deliveries, but now the last 7 balls have resulted in 17 runs. There he goes. That's going to be 4 more. Whipping it off his legs just a little bit too straight, bowling into the body of Andres Goss, and he cashes in once again.
And every time I look at Andres Goss batting, I mentioned this on the commentary a couple of days ago also, reminds me of Jason Roy from England.
What a brilliant comparison. I absolutely agree with you. Of course, Jason Roy and Andres Goss both going to be featuring in major leagues that start in Grand Prairie, Texas in July. July 13th is when the first game tips off.
Yeah, and this one is just getting away from SAMP Army, the Kingsmen. In fact, SAMP Army have got off to a flyer now. Again, a shortish delivery and catches the splice of the bat. Luckily, it just goes straight at Sharjeel Khan, a couple of feet to his left or right. That might have been the 3rd boundary of the over.
Sharjeel Khan doing well to stop that one, getting down and sacrificing his body to make sure that ball didn't get by him.
Yeah, and they that required rate for a brief moment had gone up in the range of 10.5. It's now down to 9.64. You almost kind of need to decide for how long you need to give that charge till you can get it under a comfortable range of 8.5 or so. And this one, a very foolish delivery, but when it rains, it pours. At least in Houston, Texas, it does. Takes an inside edge, and that's the 2nd Chinese cut.
Buys.
In fact, that didn't even catch the inside edge, as we're sitting very lateral to the wickets, so can't really tell how much of a deflection there is. That straight-on angle is going to help. Yeah, when between his legs, it seems.
Oh, wow. That went right between the legs of Kennard Lewis. Boy, I bet he's going to wish that he'd gotten something on that, but doesn't matter how those runs come as long as they come if you are the SAMP Army.
And that required rate now is just under 9.5. 43 already in the first over, going at almost 12 and over. And Sameen Gul still getting some movement into that 4th over. We saw a lot of late in dip into Kennard Lewis, and this one, as it came out of his hand, just kept going away. So both variations, opposite ends of the spectrum from Samin.
Wow.
Like we said, Brian, you've got to make use of that ball, and the approach of containment, trying to contain batsmen of this stature and this skill set, often is not going to work. Have to look to get wickets regardless of the format.
Fourth over, 43 runs already, so you know you're keeping up with the required rate. Inside edge onto the pad, they're going to run through for a quick single. Half-hearted appeal by Samin Gul, but that certainly was an inside edge. You could, in fact, overstep. There's a signal from Owen Brown. That's going to be a free hit. I missed that call initially. But he does get a single. The bigger issue there is that this next delivery is going to be a free hit.
And he called it, Brian Walters, the moment the ball came out of his hand. Hawk eyes from umpire Owen Brown, no surprises there.
Yep.
So building up some pressure. They were stitching a series of some good deliveries, but again that pressure is going to be released by this free hit. Let's see what Andres Goss does. Of course, they could change the field because the strike has been changed, but looks like they've kept the same field. There's just a long on in position.
To scoop a bowler of Samin Gul's pace for 4 is something that you do not see very often, but the free hit delivery pays off. That is 4 to end the over. 18 runs coming from make that 19 runs coming from the over. The snowball absolutely hurts here. So at the end of 4, the score is 49 without loss.
There's more shades of Jason Roy.
Oh, goodness.
We've seen that scoop shot over the keeper on the offside many different times. As we see the replay again, he was in the position very early. It's not really a switch hit because technically you change your hands when you do a switch hit. But what was very interesting is he changed his grip, slid his hands onto the handle of the bat to open up that axis, just rammed it with ease. Must have practiced that shot in the nets gazillion times, did Andres Goss.
Well, interestingly, we said that 197 was not going to be an easy target to haul down. 4 overs in, they are at 49. Even with all the hitting that Sharjeel Khan was doing in his innings, 4 overs in, the Kingsmen had 39 runs on the board. And so that sort of gives you a sense of how close they're keeping up with the rate that they need to. Still 2 overs of the power play remaining. And so it's going to be interesting to see how we go from here. It's going to be Anwar Ali to continue bowling from the forest end. And we're getting to the stage now where they're going to need a wicket to stem this flow of runs, because all of a sudden things are trending in the direction of SAMP Army, and the Kingsmen are on the back foot.
Yeah, and if Roddy is a little lenient, he might show us that Manhattan or the Worm comparison, because I think that last over almost overlaps with that over of Najaf Shah, which went for 26. So back of length from Anwar Ali. Since that huge shot that went into those shrubs over the square leg boundary, Anwar Ali has now refrained from that body line length and has started attacking the stumps of Kennard Lewis.
I think that's appropriate. Of course, bowling very quickly here, Anwar Ali. Interesting question from Akeem Aline wants to know how fast is Salim. By Salim, I'm assuming you mean Samin Gul. Down the ground, it's going to go for 4. Boy, Martin Guptill is just jogging after that one because he has no chance of cutting it off. It goes for 4. And Kennard Lewis continues. He's now up to 25 from 17. And that they've already overhauled the 50 mark. Just going back to that last question, Akeem Aline wants to know how fast. I'm assuming he means Samin Gul. We don't have a speed gun out here, so I can't tell you precisely. To the naked eye, your guess of 140 He's probably not far off, maybe 130, 135, somewhere in that range. But there, he's definitely quick. He's quick enough to trouble good batters on a decent surface. Slower delivery, and this is going to be an opportunity for a run out. Nope, not going to be. Kennard Lewis might consider himself lucky there because Anwar Ali pounced all over that, and he had some time to aim, but completely missing the direct hit.
Yeah, and as Andres Goss was running towards the supposed danger end, Kennard Lewis was just strolling back, and I thought in the back of my mind that the throw should be coming at the bowling end, and he was rushed towards the end.
Yes.
But 54 for no loss, and they're now going at exactly 12 runs and over. 144 to win, and that required rate has also decreased to 9.29. Change in the bowling, rethinking of strategy, something might need to be done by Hamad Azam. And that one didn't look like the ball did too much, but Andres Goss was just trying to force the ante and just completely missed that delivery. Again, he mimics that shot that he should be playing that straight down the ground.
Oh, there's a rule in cricket. The second shot is always better than the first.
Yeah, but also that length, back of length, hitting the splice of the bat is very hard to get away. That's the kind of line and length that works in the batting power play or also in the death overs.
Completely agree with you. Now, despite the 4 that you had earlier in the over, this over still only conceded 5 with 2 to come. Here's Anwar Ali again. Short and hammered. How far is this gone? Over the rope, goes all the way for 6. Signal there by Martin Guptill, who's standing inside the circle at mid-on. But Andreas Kraus pouncing all over that short delivery from Anwar Ali. And so every time there's a couple of balls where they don't score, they immediately change things. These two have done well to change the conversation. Anytime there's been a lull in scoring, they've been able to put their foot down and up the tempo.
And premeditated might be disrespectful to that stroke, but he has been trying to disturb that length. And just as Anwar Ali was in his delivery stride, it seemed Andres Goss had initiated that movement down the pitch.
He absolutely took a couple steps down, yes.
And that's how he got to the pitch of the ball and manufactured that shot. If he played it from his crease, he might have just hit it as far as mid-on, because the ball would have hit high on his bat as the next delivery comes in. And he tries to go fuller, back of the hand, slowish delivery, takes the inside half of the bat because Andres Goss was a little early in that stroke. They're still going at just over 12 runs and over at the end of 5 at 61. It's just one-way traffic. We'll be right back after this break.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Here comes the.
So, last over of the power play. Desperate times need desperate efforts as far as the Kingsmen are concerned. Have to try the spinner inside the power play. They wouldn't have liked that. But they've got to try something out of the box. These two have shown such liking for the space early on. The shiny new ball is coming on the bat so well. They can trust the bounce and pace of this wicket.
Well, if you're going to bowl a spinner inside the power play, it's good that it's a left arm spinner spinning the ball away from the two right-handed batters. But you'll notice that they're being entirely defensive. No slip, no catcher in position for the ball that threatens the outside edge. The two fielders in the deep are at deep mid-wicket and long off.
Hassan Khan And nicely tossed up. He's looking for that turn. And that was just pinged off the bat of Andres Goss right in the gap. The fielder puts in a desperate dive, but the ball was, before you blink, it was crashing into those Dafanute boundary markers.
Absolutely. That is Samin Gul at mid-wicket or mid-on. Not able to get across in time. That ball racing away for 4.
And this one is swept from outside the off stump. He's looking for that gap. There's fine leg and square leg both inside the circle, so only manages to get an under edge, and that puts Kennard Lewis on strike to the spinner.
Kennard Lewis, of course, there you immediately see the change. Long off is coming inside the circle. Long on is dropping back. So they're expecting Kennard Lewis to hit against the turn. Again, that wind coming from the southwest. So anything elevated in the air in that direction could potentially be helped by the wind. Kennard Lewis kind of tentatively playing a defensive stroke there, though. So appears as of now to be unsure against his left arm spinner.
Yeah, and the unsurety in the manner in which that ball was played is going to be encouraging for Hassan Khan. Wasn't looking very confident enough if he wanted to get down the pitch to the pitch of the ball or stay in a squeeze, half and half kind of a shot. And again, he's pushed onto the back foot, so good, decent start.
Yes.
Outside of that boundary by Andres Goss. Putting you on the spot, Brian, but friends from the Caribbean are not known for being extraordinary players of spin bowling.
As you say that, the big man from Jamaica whips one down the ground for 4. Take that, Munir Majid.
Foot in my mouth moment. Took a low blow, but Kennard Lewis answers it back. What a shot that was, the timing on it.
So here's the difference between you and me.
Do we want to go there?
The second the ball was handed to Hassan Khan, I had the same thought. I just didn't say it.
I don't have the kind of reputation you have to protect on the microphone. I can go back to my voluntarily roles if this gig doesn't work out.
That is the end of the over. We'll be disciplining Munir Majid during the break. We'll be right back, 70 without loss.
Resuming things at the end of the power play, and apologies in order.
Exactly.
It's been such serious absorbing cricket. 128 runs still to go, and we kind of went against the thread or the fabric of this game in that last over. So going to tighten things up again. Looks like there's a change in bowling now.
Salman Irshad will be bowling. If you've never seen this guy bowl, and in the comment sections, Saeed Ali has been calling for Salman Irshad for a while. Well, Salman, I think you have your wish. If you have never seen him bowl, you're in for a treat, because he comes in and he bowls sort of with that sling action. The Fidel Edwards, the Jeff Thompson, the, you remind me of his name shortly. Thank you, Lasith Malinga. And he is lightning fast. So keep an eye on these deliveries. We're going to see real pace. He can bowl toe-crushing Yorkers, or he can be up short of length. The fact that there is a deep third man, in fact, kind of a wide, deep backward point dropping back to the boundary, tells me that he's going to be bowling like that. That short of length, look at this. Oh. Going in that exact direction. Very slingy action, very quick, very hard to get away.
Yeah, add Matisha Pathirana to that list.
Ah,
Off late.
good call.
And thing about these bowlers, a lot of these slingy action bowlers is they have a very casual and joggy run up at the crease, but they exert everything, put 120% effort in that final delivery stride as we saw on that previous delivery. So a new challenge for Andres Goss as he hits it off the back foot. Luckily, he doesn't time it that well and only goes for a single. Might that easily have carried to that long on fielder.
Don't
Just
know
a
that
single.
it would have carried. I think Andreas House and maybe now Kenar Lewis will want to take a few deliveries to see how they want to plan to attack Salman Irshad. He's not an easy bowler to attack. Swipe and a miss there by Kenar Lewis. Now just paying attention to where they are now as compared to where the Kingsmen were when they were batting. At the end of this last over, Kingsmen were on 55. This last over, SAMP Army is on 70.
Yeah.
So you're 15 or so runs ahead of the pace that you need to be in so you are on. So you can afford to take a couple of deliveries to figure out how to attack this unorthodox bowler.
Very true, Brian. Good analysis there as Salman Irshad continues, and slight room on that occasion, and that ball finds third man, flew off the outside edge. Within a blink of a second, that ball had carried to third man, who took a very good diving low catch.
So I mentioned it earlier, looking at this replay, I suspected, given the field settings, that he'd be bowling short and wide outside off, offering the room to Kenar Lewis, who sliced it away, thought he got a good enough piece of it, but it carried all the way down to that fielder, deep third, who completes a really good catch down on the ground. Seems to have just hurt himself a little bit. No, in fact, that's Ramiz Raja. Saw him appear to be in some discomfort, the wicket keeper having some trouble earlier on, but credit to Harmeet Singh, who takes a really good low catch. And the first wicket falls. Kenar Lewis batted very well for his 29 runs, but he's done. And now that's going to bring to the wicket Chandrapal Hemraj, who is going to be asked to steady the ship with his captain and carry on with what has been so far a really good start.
Yeah, skitty delivery, which is expected of a bowler bowling with that kind of slingy action, but it was sliced almost from underneath the ball. He came underneath the ball and sliced it, and it just flew off the edge. It flew in a very flat manner. There wasn't a lot of elevation, so Harmeet had to dive in front of him. It all happened in literally a second and a half. And like my friend Brian was recollecting the comparison at the same time of the innings, we said at that time of the innings that Sharjeel Khan had really hit the blocks running, but there was nobody else supporting him. So they were going at about 8 runs and over. In comparison, we saw attack from both Kenar Lewis and Andres Goss, and that's the reason they are now cruising. They were cruising at 12 runs and over. Right now it's come down to about 10.65, but still just 6.5 overs gone and they're at 71. So the SAMP Army can take a breather and make sure they don't lose wickets in clusters. One wicket has just fallen down. Andres Goss, the skipper, needs to make sure that this partnership goes on and sees them through to over number 14 or 15. Take it deep, as that ball is nicely played by Chandrapal Hemraj. Common sense prevailing, getting off the mark.
So that's why I was saying you don't have to be in attack mode 100% of the time. You're already ahead of the pace that you need to be on, and so you can afford. I don't want to say you see off this bowler because you have to score against him, but you can score against him in 1s and 2s, and then get your big hits later on from other bowlers, more conventional bowlers, because he's a really difficult guy, Salman Irshad, to attack. That's played well, but also right at that man at backward point. He's done a lot of good work in that exact area, and that's not going to be a run. In fact, that is the end of the over. That's good work by Hassan Khan in that spot. At the end of the over, the score is 72 for 1.
comes the, here comes the, here comes the. Y'all don't really want it like that. Here comes the.
So 7 overs gone. It's 72 for 1. Picking back up where we left off, Hassan Khan has bowled 1 over. You saw him make a very athletic diving save at backward point in the last over. As Chandrapal Hemraj is going to take a strike to Hassan Khan. And this is hit straight down the ground and it goes straight to long off. And again, he completes a wonderful catch. The umpires look convinced, there's no doubt, it seems. Chandrapal Hemraj seems to think he went over the boundary. When there's no third umpire or no replays.
Well, we have a replay here. He definitely stepped over, but I think he did well to throw the ball back up in the air before he stepped over. So for me, even though I'm not the third umpire, there's no such thing in this tournament. But the replay, I think, clearly shows that he did enough to effect the catch.
Yeah,
that's good, absolutely good work by that fielder in the deep. Very good awareness to know exactly where he was, threw that ball back up in the air and taking the catch. That is absolutely good work. The second wicket goes down, 72 for 2. So oldest rule in cricket, again, 1 brings 2, and all of a sudden they're on the back foot here. SAMP Army were doing very, very well, but all of a sudden they seem to be struggling.
Yeah, exactly what we said in the last over, Brian, that there was such a good partnership and both of them were going at a notch. Only way the Kingsmen can creep back up in this game is cluster of wickets. 9.5 or even up to 10 and over on this pitch, on this outfield, in these conditions is not going to be very difficult. You stay on the wicket, you're gonna get boundary balls, you make partnerships, it's gonna be relatively easy. I don't say it's very easy, but you have to have a method or a structure to your chase. And we said exactly that. If you lose wickets, 2 wickets in 2 overs, that's gonna give a chance to the Kingsmen to crawl back into this game, and that is exactly what we are seeing unfold in front of our eyes, Brian.
Well, look who has come to the wicket. It is Corey Anderson. Corey Anderson, the former New Zealand all-rounder, big hitting left-hander. And immediately away, punching that one to square leg for a single. For those of you who don't remember, Corey Anderson for a while had the record for the fastest 100 scored in 50 over cricket. I remember it like it was yesterday because it was against the West Indies. 100 and some 45 or so balls. I still remember it. I wake up at nights dreaming about that innings in horror sometimes.
And besides his exploits for New Zealand, this one is, there's some room onto that one, and Andres Goes cuts it to sweep a cover. So besides his exploits for New Zealand, he's been a very accomplished player in franchise T20 leagues across the world. Some of his performances are inscribed on the minds of Mumbai Indians fans. He's been a legend for them. Couple of seasons in the United States. Hails from Dallas now. And this one, it's gonna be touch and go. He was looking for that sweep, but maybe, just maybe, he got outside the line of the off stump. Of course, we are not looking from down the wicket. We are at an angle of about 12 to 15 degrees, so
Did you really say 12
better
to
hold
15
on to those
degrees?
triggers before you pull them. You just cannot tell from this angle, as again that's short, and it's swept by Corey Anderson for a single.
Just 3 runs from the over already with 1 ball to go. Looking at that replay again, it was certainly drifting down the leg side. I don't think there is any way that that would have threatened the stump. So umpire Owen Brown, I think, with a good decision there. And so the last ball of the over, Andreas House working it down the ground to long on. So that is a very tight over. A successful one in which a wicket fell and just one. Make that 2 runs. My apologies. 2 runs coming from it. Make that 4 runs coming from it. So at the end of 9.
8.
Or 8. Score is 76 for 2.
So over number 9 is resuming. Again, it's slingy Salman Irshad coming in.
Oh, shot!
Yorker length delivery, but he was well under it. He had already made room, and this is going to run to the boundary. As you see, young Laksh underarm that ball.
Goodness. It's a good shot. You're looking for that Yorker if you are Salman Irshad, but if you miss your length, these 2 batters are going to be good enough to get under that ball, and sort of a pressure release type of a shot there from Andreas House. Protection in the deep this time. Just a single into that deep extra cover area. So positive start to the over here from Andreas House. 5 runs from the first 2 balls. Now into the 80s. Another 117 runs needed for victory. So a long way to go, not yet halfway there. And the scoring rate certainly has slowed down in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, and Brian Walters, before we know it, that equation, the required runs and balls, we would start transcribing it into balls versus runs.
Yes.
11.4 overs and 117 runs is what you see right now. So 70 deliveries and 170 runs, 117 runs as that one. Corey Anderson was split open by that delivery, but luckily, and such is the nature of T20 cricket, it takes the outside edge and runs just wide of Ramiz Raja, agonizingly for the Kingsmen.
I think Corey Anderson would tell you that he meant that. And looking at that replay, I'm inclined to agree with what I think his opinion is. He may have just opened the face to run that down the trench to deep third.
Batsmen would always tell you they did. As there's some room outside the off stump, and there's a nice and tight ring of infielders on the offside. So Hamad Azam was still applying pressure. And like we've always said, that wickets are going to be huge, huge in the context of this chase. Still just under 10 runs and over required. But it's that phase of the innings where you almost tend to play the notions and look to get into those death overs, and before you know it, the required rate has crept up to 12. So they've got to keep an eye on that required rate. Mind you, Andres Goss is batting on 43 of 22, so he's almost going at a strike rate of 200. He just needs partners on the other end who can keep up with the scoring.
The issue for me is going to be how they handle Salman Irshad. And also, related to that, how Captain Hamad Azam uses Salman Irshad. Because obviously he only has 4 overs. Corey Anderson looking for a quick single here. Underhanded throw is not going to be no contact with the stumps. But for me, he's going to be the most difficult of the batters to attack. And so you have to be very judicious with how you use him and when you use him. This is his 3rd over in make that his 2nd over in progress. So 2 more after this. When do you use those 2? Do you want to save him back to the back end, maybe overs 17 and 19? Or do you want to take your chances here to take a wicket? We'll answer that question as soon as we can. Score is 86 for 2. I didn't.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like that. Here comes the.
So still plenty to be said and plenty to be done in this tale of the Dauphine's Houston Open 2023. 66 balls to go. Hassan Khan and Salman Irshad have bowled a couple of quiet overs as this one is swept off Hassan, but it's gonna be just a single to that deep square leg, who's rather fine. He's a little behind that square leg umpire, which tells you the ball is turning into Corey Anderson, so that sweep shot is always going to skid off the bat. A little fine. Andres Goss, the skipper, is on strike. He's leading this charge and this chase. Nicely flighted, but turns a little too much. A slow, subdued stretch of the arms by umpire Owen Brown, and signals a wide. Every ball is going to be crucial from this stage. I'm surprised to see that kind of break in this delivery, as this is very short and it's hit straight down the throat. What have you done, Andres Goss? Wickets are falling in clusters. He was so crucial to this chase. The skipper had to lead it from the front.
Oh, that is a body blow, an absolute body blow. Andreas House not quite getting the elevation on that shot that he wanted to, only able to pick out deep mid-wicket. And that is an absolutely huge wicket in the context of this game. You mentioned earlier that the run rate was slowing down. The required rate is now 10.25. In fact, before that delivery, it was 10.25. It is now 10.41. So it's sneaking upward, and the run rate is actually at 9.32. So you're going to have trouble scoring from here on out, and all of a sudden you're going to be asking for Corey Anderson, who's only been at the wicket for a handful of deliveries, to take charge and lead the effort to score 10 runs and over for about half an inning. So that's not going to be very easy. Corey Anderson now the senior batter, and all of a sudden things seem to be swinging back in favor of the Kingsmen. This is going to be, if we had the win predictor that I keep talking about that we don't have, a win predictor now probably goes 51-49, and it's your call as to who it favors.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of fans who are tuned in on Dream 11 and Fan Code, working out those statistics. The calculators are out. Such a fitting final, Brian, so far for this tournament.
Oh my goodness, yes, you're absolutely right. And this is Smith Patel, who's the new batter. Smith Patel pairing up with Corey Anderson. Patel working this one into the mid-wicket area just for a single. But yes, this is now going to be, I think, up to Corey Anderson. Andreas House back in the pavilion is a big dismissal, and it's going to be up to Corey Anderson to help steady the ship.
Yeah, and they keep coming at you. Such is the nature of this competition, how loaded these two rosters are. Andres Goss departs. There could be no better man walking out than Smith Patel. This one is hit on the full by Corey Anderson. It's going to go down the ground, but only a single. So very apt partnership as long as the SAMP army are concerned. Song of Ice and Fire, if I may. The fire of Corey Anderson, and Smith Patel is ice cool. He is a very good player of spin. Just the man you want to negotiate these spinners. As again, right on top of the bounce, working against the turn, but he was covering all angles there. It's not just about negotiating the bowling anymore. Like we have been saying, 71 was when the first wicket fell, if I'm correct, and within the space of 18 odd runs, they've lost 3 wickets. And in the process, what's also going to happen is that required rate is going to creep up. Now it's at 10.5, and this one, my goodness, what a shot, Corey Anderson. We said you were the fire in this partnership. You brought out the hose there. That reverse sweep, I don't know if he switches his hands, but he was in position early. No, he doesn't even have to switch his hands. Where did he get all that power from?
Stunning shot by Corey Anderson to finish the 10th over there. That breathes life into the innings for the SAMP Army. At the end of 10, we're halfway through. The score is 97 for 3. Well, the captain has brought himself on. Hamad Azam coming in from the forest end, bowling to Smith Patel. Smith Patel pulling this one into the deep mid wicket. First ball of the second half of this innings, and it is as tight as you would like. The actual scoring rate right now is 9.64. The required rate is 10.17. So for practical purposes, they're scoring at the rate that they need to score. They need another 100 runs in 59 balls. Certainly doable if you have wickets in hand, but they probably don't want to lose many more wickets, which is why Corey Anderson's wicket is so important. Here's Hamad Azam looking to crash that away through the leg side, but missing out on that shot, Corey Anderson. And that is a precious dot ball. So these dot balls are very important. Every dot ball, and in fact, as I mentioned in the earlier game, not only if you're chasing a target where your run rate is more than 2 or more than 6, I'm sorry, then not only are you hurt by every dot ball, but you're also hurt by every single. Corey Anderson, that is not a single, that is another 6. This time he goes conventional over mid-wicket, hoisting it high and handsome, and it lands some 20 or so yards beyond the boundary at mid-wicket for his 6 in his second consecutive over. And that brings up the 100.
Yeah, Hamad Azam, the skipper, Brian, you spoke about him. His overs were always going to be crucial in the second part of the innings. And Corey Anderson, we spoke about him, his exploits for New Zealand, that fastest 100, the contributions for Mumbai Indians as the next ball comes in, and this is crash! What a shot! That one, it had a tracer bullet on it. Literally, it was on fire the way that ball pinged off the bat.
That ball never got more than 15 feet off the air. That is the flattest, hardest 6 that you can ever see hit. Corey Anderson just flaying that one through the line, just absolutely hammering it down the ground. And all of a sudden, Ramiz Raja running all the way down, making the 45 or so yards to talk to his captain to offer some advice, because you do not want to bowl those types of deliveries to a man of Corey Anderson's abilities. That is such a clean strike right back over the bowler's head, and again, it never got up more than about 15 feet in the air, but it races away for 6. Brilliant, brilliant strike.
Yeah, and it missed the side screen by a few feet. If it did hit the side screen, the loud thud would have been heard across Highway 290.
Yes.
Such was the power behind that shot, and that was just a subdued conclusion. Just went too hard. Under edges it straight into the pitch. So pressure is on Hamad Azam. That required rate, which was 101 at the start of this over, has come down to 9.6. Mind you, every over is going to be a huge event now. 9 overs to go, 88 to win. Last delivery, and that was in the slot. He was again going across the line, eyeing Roddy's van at deep mid-wicket. Narrowly misses it. So over number 11 comes to an end. They're going at exactly 10 runs in over. 110 for 3.
So the man in front of your screen is somebody who will be bowling, at least initially, to his former India U19 teammate Smith Patel, and that man is Harmeet Singh. Harmeet Singh, the #1 draft pick in the draft, the Major League Cricket draft at the Johnson Space Center a few weeks ago, make that a few months ago, in Clear Lake, south of Houston. He has a much different assignment here. His assignment is going to be, in his mind, to get his former teammate out, and then certainly to stem the flow of runs that have started flowing for the last couple of overs. 110 for 3, need another 88 runs. Another 54 balls to go.
Decent turn on that first delivery. Of course, there couldn't be any better player than Smith Patel to face his compatriot from that class of 2012. Who would have thought a decade on from that World Cup final for that under-19 batch? Unmukh Chand, Smith Patel, Harmeet Singh, Calvin Savage, Andres Goss, all of them have featured today in Texas, of all places.
Of all places.
A huge global cricketing event.
Yes.
Which is the DAFA News Houston Open 2023. Now, this is going to be very interesting. He's going over the wicket to Corey Anderson. And was a full toss, missed his length. Corey, I think, is pretty content with those couple of sixes, and that's how you got to bat. You got to gauge at what stage you need to accelerate and then just exchange some punches, but keep going deep and deep into the innings. This one, again, that turn and bite. A little too early in that sweep shot was Smith Patel. So 2 runs of the first 3 deliveries.
Smith Patel eager to attack his old teammate. Just working this one off the hips. That might be a leg by, watch Owen Brown. Nope, actually just signaling to his partner Sadiq Koja that that's 2 balls remaining in the over. So good bowling so far. Smith Patel wanting to attack his former teammate, but not getting the deliveries to be able to do that.
Yeah, and there has been a lot of smiles and chit-chatter between the two. Of course, teammates from boy cricket days, but now they find themselves on opposite sides. And this one is again in that arc of Corey Anderson as he very nicely slogs it to deep mid-wicket, but content with just a single.
Oh, he's going to have to be careful with those deliveries. He's gotten them very full, which is what you want to do to Corey Anderson. You don't want to leave it too short because those types of deliveries would be right in his arc. Those are the ones he can score heavily off of.
And this one is down the leg side. It doesn't turn. He's been getting turned. Might have been an arm ball, so maybe he lost bearings, but that was a good take by Ramiz. And what's also very interesting, Brian, is that he's been brought in into the 12th over. So if they're content with bowling him this late into the innings, as this one is gone the distance, we said Smith Patel would have a measure of Harmeet, knows his bowling very well. Took a few deliveries to size him up, and then last ball of the over, it was a very decent over until that point, mind you. The last delivery goes for a 6, so that over again closes with 11. They're keeping up with the ante. So Brian, to that point I was speaking of, he's coming in the 12th over. He's somebody who's very good even in the death, so I wonder if they're content with bowling him 12, 14, 16, 18. They can't bowl 19 and 20 with a spinner, I would assume, when you've got slingy pacers in your repertoire, so they would be bowling the death overs. But do you think they missed a trick by not bowling at least 1 over of Harmeet in that first 10 overs or just around that power play when there was that slow phase, the 8 to 12 or 8 to 11, where they were just looking to nudge the ball and those couple of wickets fell?
That would have been the time to bring in Harmeet Singh. If you bring him in now, and you suggested that potentially he could be bowling overs 12, 14, 16, possibly. I think if this pair stays there, he may have bowled his last over for a while, because Smith Patel knows his game very well, between the two of them, they just took 11 runs off of that over. And then, of course, bowling to Corey Anderson, you're taking your chances with him. Just if you don't bowl the right length, he's the type of bowler who can absolutely crush you. The type of batter, my apologies. So I think obviously you had really good success with the Pacers early on, and I think that's clearly what they're going to do here. Going back to Samin Gul, who will be bowling from the Forest end, because more than anything else, what they need now is a wicket. They absolutely need to break this partnership, and I don't think it's going to happen with spin.
Yeah, and 77 of 8 might be a little comfortable, like we've said on this track, which is coming on the bat, lightning fast outfield. Two settled batsmen, so wickets are going to be the key. And this one might be penultimate throw of the dice, if not the final throw of the dice. Opening strike bowler Samin Ali. Obviously his job is to get a wicket here, get them a breakthrough. My apologies, Samin Gul. I stand corrected. So yeah, Samin Gul. Obviously the goal is to get the wicket of Corey Anderson or Smith Patel. Samin runs in from the Forest end. That's going to be a wide delivery, almost landed outside the pitch. Marginal. Maybe he was trying a slower one, just didn't come out off the hand like he wanted it to. Rub your hands on that turf. The sweaty palms, like we said, often play a huge role at this stage of the innings.
I think you saw that earlier when Calvin Savage had one that got away from him. Maybe a little bit of the same here from Samin Gul. But he's being called upon strike bowler. You're bringing him back, and I think I like the way that you put that, the penultimate roll of the dice, because it is absolutely imperative that you break this partnership. Oh, that's going to run away for 4. Looking for the big drive through the offside. Corey Anderson gets that ball past his former teammate from New Zealand, Martin Guptill, and that ball races down to deep third for another boundary.
Yeah, the angles come into play so heavily in this form of the game, Brian. It's pick and choose between the two fielders back straight down the ground or behind the wicket. If you've got long off, long on back, you most likely have your third man a fine leg inside the circle. So more often than not, you're banking on that hit down the ground and protection there, but edges would often evade those fielders like you saw on that occasion. Such is the nature, the brutal nature of T20 cricket.
Corey Anderson certainly looking to go down the ground that time. Absolutely not intending for that ball to go behind him, but it's squirted off the Q end of the bat going down to deep third. Corey Anderson now up to 33 from 19. Smith Patel 11 from 7. This pair is extremely important in the context of this game and doing a good rebuilding job here, making sure that they help their team toward victory. Oh, big wave and a miss by Corey Anderson that time. Coming down to have a quizzical look at the pitch.
Yeah, Corey Anderson, with a flick of his wrist, seemed to indicate that the ball did something off the pitch. But it also was an effort ball from Samin Ali. Again, it's hard to tell, but it literally was hair away from that leg stump. Might have just knocked him over that easily, and that would have been huge moment in this game and might have paid off. This move from Hamad Azam.
Well, bear in mind that there is still a couple of overs to go from Salman Irshad. I'm wondering when they'll bring him back on. Hammered straight. Did he split the two fielders? No, he did not. Just goes straight down to long off. That's just going to be a single. So looking through your bowling options, you're looking now for Anwar Ali, who's already bowled 3, so he has 1 left. Samin Gul is in the middle of his 3rd. Hassan Khan bowled 3. He's a spinner. Don't know if you want to bring him on. Hamad Azam, I think, is going to be key because he has to, I think, bowl a couple more. You have Salman Irshad, those 2 overs that you're probably holding on to from him. I'm guessing numbers 17 and 19. And so you're going to have, I think, Hamad Azam, the captain himself, is going to have to put his hand up to be able to stem the tide.
And again, that back of length, hard length, not easy to get away. Also at that point, Brian, I wonder if Hamad Azam is going to bring himself back on while Corey Anderson is on the crease. We saw those confident denting sixes, rocket bullets of shots from Corey Anderson. He's batting on 34 of 21. Big players come off in big games, and such is the case with Corey Anderson. Comes with a huge reputation, but still, if I may, he hasn't set the local cricket scene ablaze. But he's the kind of player who doesn't need invitation to change the complexion of games like these at any moment, and that's what he's doing right now. He's so crucial to the cause of this chase for SAMP Army as over number 13 comes to a close. They're still going at a notch of just under 10 runs in over, 9.92 to be accurate. We're going to be right back.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, yeah, here comes the.
Alright folks, the big championship final of the DAFA News Houston Open 2023, brought to you by Fields Manager, post-production by SC Tech. Harmeet Singh continues, and this one is in the arc. We talk about those cliches, left arm orthodox, bowling to that left-handed batsman, opens up that big arc on the leg side. That's exactly the case, and like we were discussing, Brian, Harmeet Singh is the first pick of the major league.
Yes.
There's no way he cannot bowl 4 overs, and if he does not, then I think it's a dismay. So over number 12, 14, 16, 18 by default, it seems, is the case here. And that plays maybe in the hand of Corey Anderson.
I think there's no doubt that that's the case because, you know, once again, you have to be deadly accurate when you bowl to Corey Anderson if you're Harmeet Singh, because with the angle at which he's bowling and the extent to which he's turning it, anything that is left in the hitting zone is going to travel. Speaking of travel, this is going to go down to deep mid-wicket for a single. That's well fielded down there. What a bullet throw from the deep that is. So good work down there to keep the damage to 1 run.
You're not supposed to slog sweep a ball that full to mid-wicket, and Harmeet Singh, rightly so, had his hands on his head. But Smith Patel looked so much in control as he played that shot, Brian.
Well, they would have played against each other multiple times. They would have had practice sessions against each other. They know each other's games inside out. So.
And this one was in line with the stumps of slowish delivery. Turns towards the leg side. Corey Anderson doesn't make good contact on that, to the luck of Harmeet Singh, so he gets through for a single. The equation is getting very close now. 60 of 38.
60 from 38, which translates to a scoring rate of 9.47 as a requirement. But the actual run rate is 10.10. Oh, was that an edge? Was that a drop? Look at this again. Here, the replay, the reaction from Harmeet told me that it may have been, and that disappointment there. Not exactly sure, but certainly it's a dot ball. Next delivery, that's a good ball, defended in front of the stumps. Good 2 deliveries there, bowled by Harmeet Singh. That's the end of the over, but 9 runs come from that over, importantly. After 14, the last 6 overs remaining, the score is 138 for 3.
And Brian, those last 2 deliveries, if you noticed, Smith Patel is going to anticipate him to give the ball a tweak, put revs on the ball, and it came almost from the back of the hand, and it skidded through on both occasions. He was ready, back and across on the back foot to cut that ball, and both balls skidded through, and he was just caught off guard. Hope we are not over-analyzing, but cricket nerds we are.
Yeah.
Here comes the, y'all don't really want it like, here comes the.
Yep. Well, we said earlier that, or at least we were guessing that Samad Irshad would bowl over 17 and 19. Here he is bowling over number 15. Bowling to Corey Anderson, that is hammered down the ground toward us here. That's a good sliding stop. Really good work in the deep. That is Hamad Azam, the captain, setting the tone from the beginning. Good work to just keep the damage to 1 run. That's a good shot by Corey Anderson.
Yeah, literally see a 10-meter long skid mark on the turf right in front of us. Such was the nature of that save. So Salman Irshad, before this, 2 overs for 12 runs. So this is a crucial over.
Oh, yes.
59 of 35 now. And a slowish delivery didn't come off the turf. Obviously, he rolled his fingers on it. He was early in the stroke, Smith Patel. So another single. Good start to the over, 2 of 2.
2 of 2. Why do you bring this bowler in at this stage, Salman Irshad? What you're trying to do is you're trying to break this partnership. I think that the SAMP Army would be happy if they were to get 6 singles and not lose a wicket in this over. And I suspect that they're not going to do anything too expansive.
And this one is full toss. He feels he missed out on that. The fielder at cover was able to stop it. So a dot ball. So this over is shaping up so good so far. 3 balls, just 2 runs, Brian.
Excellent over so far. If you're Corey Anderson and Smith Patel, do you satisfy yourself with just 4 runs from this over as long as you spend another one of his overs? Oh, this is huge. This is going to be 6. Landing again in the other field behind us. Looking for that Yorker, Salman Irshad, not quite getting it full enough. And Corey Anderson pouncing all over it. 6 of the best.
What goes up must come down, like the level of cricket is when the 3 balls went for just 2 runs. With these 2 in the middle, it's been such a game of cat and mouse. You almost were convinced that there has to be something coming out of the bat of Corey Anderson.
Oh my goodness, that is a brilliant strike. Corey Anderson now up to 49 from 28. Salman Irshad looking to gain his revenge here. Top edge is going to be a catch. Oh, that is big. That is a huge development. Corey Anderson playing just a touch too early. And that ball ballooning up off the bat. The simplest of catches goes to Ramiz Raja. Is this a turn that might decide the result of this game?
Huge moment in the context of this chase and this game and this tournament. The thing about these slingy bowlers is that their slower deliveries are so hard to pick.
Yep.
There was one that was bowled to Smith Patel. He was completely foxed by it very early in the shot. Managed to get a single. And this one completely outdid Corey Anderson. He was a day and a half early in the shot.
Oh my
Took the
goodness.
top edge. Luckily for him, the ball could have so easily sailed over the keeper, but it just set up perfectly, ballooned. And Ramiz Raja had so much time to nicely settle under that catch. And this game has again swung. It was drifting in favor of the SAMP army, but it's been such a good contest, Brian Walters.
Oh,
back and forth, back and
goodness.
forth. Kingsmen are back in this again.
Kingsmen are back. So Obus Pinar is the new batter. Obus Pinar, the tall left arm spinner and right-handed bat. He's a good batter, really good batter as a matter of fact. I don't know that he has a whole lot of time to get settled because the required rate is now above 10 again. It's now 10.06. So he's going to have to make the effort to get in as soon as possible because you still need another 52 runs from 31 balls.
And a full delivery, so lucky there. Could have been a great start. The bowler is lucky and the batsman is lucky. Was hit straight to that fielder and Smith Patel had set off for a single. They have to run for everything. It's that part, that stage of the game. Direct hit might have had him. Over has ended. At the end of 15, it's 147 for 4.
Well, we're at the business end of this tournament now, Munir. 30 balls, 5 overs remaining, another 51 runs to get, 10.2 runs and over the rest of the way. Obus Pinar is on strike, and he will be facing up to Hassan Khan.
Hassan Khan has been pretty good so far. He's bowled a good couple of overs. So look at that delivery, Obus Pinar. Watchful. So what's happened here is Harmeet Singh has been removed from the attack. We're going to quickly update the scorecard. Harmeet Singh is not the one bowling right now. Hassan Khan, number 10, has come
Off the back foot, and they run through for a quick single. Bit of a tentative start there, but eventually they complete the run. So Smith Patel is now on strike, 14 from 12. Obus Pinar, 1. Make that 2 from 3. Looks to pull this one in the deep, and it is fielded on the boundary. So just a single. You're doing it in singles here. Once again, you're looking for around 10 runs and over. So singles are going to lose this game for you if you are the SAMP Army. So you're going to have to manufacture runs from somewhere.
and that one turns away. There's a slight misfield. They will get a second. They cannot afford this at this stage. Can the Kingsmen? What probably shouldn't even have been a single is now a couple. So welcome 2 runs there for Obus Pinar to get off the blocks.
You're absolutely right.
Hassan Khan, Brian, has been arguably the better of the 2 left-arm spinners, as Corey Anderson got stuck into... In fact, this one hits the back leg of Obus Pinar. He was looking for that deep cow corner mid-wicket boundary, completely missed it. The ball skidded on, might have been an arm ball, very straight delivery, in line with the stumps as we look at this replay.
Boy, I don't know that that's a shot you want to play to a left-arm spinner, going down on one knee, looking to hit that over mid-wicket, and absolutely dead in front for me. Umpire Owen Brown taking a good look, but raising the finger. Obus Pinar, a good batter, but completely going across the line, trying to hit against the spin, and in fact just missing and absolutely being adjudged out LBW. So a 5th wicket goes down. Boy, this is not something that you want to see if you're a fan of the SAMP Army, because Obus Pinar, again, a really good bat, is completely dismissed here. And all of a sudden, it seems like that much more difficulty because the required rate is now up to 11.28. So Smith Patel still there, 15 from 13. And the new batter appears to be Calvin Savage.
And such.
My apologies. Yeah, that is Calvin Savage, who is a good all-rounder and can hit big. But if I were him, I may not try to attack the left arm spin of Hassan Khan because he's bowling really well, and essentially you're risking going across the line. Well played there. Really good over. Excellent over. 151 for 5 after 16. 4 overs to go. They need 47. Game on.
Alright, so the news is it's swung again in the last 2 overs. 24 balls, 47 runs. And Brian, the role of the captain and the decision making is so crucial in games and tournaments like these. You would have gone with reputations, and Hamad Azam very quickly realized Harmeet Singh wasn't having the best of days. Made 2 quick changes. Salman Irshad was brought in for his 3rd over. Got hit for a 6, but very quickly got the wicket of Corey Anderson. And then instead of Harmeet Singh, he went to Hassan Khan and he got him another breakthrough. So captainship is what you've got to give it to. And now Anwar Ali has been brought in for his 3rd over.
Wow.
And just back of length. He was looking to go inside out. There was no pace on that, so just balloons to cover, luckily, on 1 bounce.
This is in fact the last over being bowled by Anwar Ali. So you're pulling out all the stops here if you're Hamad Azam. Your number 1 bowler is bowling his last over. Number 2 bowler has 1 over left. And Salman Irshad has 1 over left. So you're looking to see probably closing that match out with those 4. That's hammered in the air and 1 bounce for 4. So Smith Patel is not done yet. He's now up to 20 from 15. And I'll tell you what, in fact, he's now up to 16 from 14. My apologies. Scoreboard. So getting back here, 156 for 5 is the score. Calvin Savage 4 from 2. And you're looking here at a game that is tightening by the minute.
Yeah, 22 balls, 42 runs. The equation is just gonna swing with every ball. Every delivery is gonna be a massive event. What's on the line is bragging rights, championship, the title for the Dafa News Houston Open 2023.
Oh my goodness.
Just
42.
imagine the pressure underneath that hood of the batsman and the bowler running in.
Down the leg side, that's going to be 4 runs or 5 wides. Which is it? Look at umpire. Oh, it's 4 leg byes. Boy, goes for 4. You absolutely take those 4 runs if you are the SAMP Army. That ball a little too straight from Anwar Ali, going down the leg side and conceding 4 leg byes.
Yeah, and he was making room preempted. So smart call by Anwar Ali to follow the batsman. But like we said earlier, you got to have those long off, long on, back. So you have to bring in 3rd man and fine leg. And oftentimes these kind of balls sneak past those fielders. Again, this is slightly back of length. Long on is going to come across. They're looking for the second. Calvin Savage wanted to go back for the second, but Smith Patel wanted to harvest the strike. He's batting on 16 of 14. 37 required of 20.
Oh, this game is getting tight. 37 from 20. They're needing to score at the required rate of 11 and over from here. But as you said a couple of overs ago, Munir, it may be the point in the match where you don't look at the scoring rate that they need. Just look at balls and runs.
And this one was again slightly back of length. This time Calvin Savage comes back and the throw comes at the bowling end. They needed to go to Ramiz Raja, the keeper. And you can see that expression on his face, which solidifies that thought as you see that ball go to that deep mid-wicket fielder.
That is good running. Good, urgent running by Calvin Savage. Kind of running around the bowler there, making the distance between him and the stumps a little bit longer. Luckily for him, it didn't hurt him. 12 runs from the over, though. Last ball.
Again, that same kind of a delivery has consistently hit that same length. And this time, I wonder what happened. Were they ball watching? We thought it was an easy single. And they were trying to go back for the second, it seemed. We'll have to look at the replay as to what happened with the running between the wickets.
Well, that was a clean pickup, so it was a suicidal second run. It was directly hit to mid-on and up immediately and through. And so I gotta say that was a bad decision to go for that second run. I can understand being having a sense of urgency, but boy, you don't want to give away your wicket. That is the end of the over. 164 for 6 is the score. Here we are.
Yeah, as you see, he was just short, like 6 inches short. We saw on that last delivery, I said that the throw should have gone to the keeping end, and this time they did. So the over comes to a close at the end of 17, 164 for 6. So, you all tuned in live into this huge final game. It's a pressure cooker situation, and it's been the SAMP Army who are buckling under that pressure. 11.33 and over in the last 3 overs is an easy task on a pitch like this. On an outfield like this, the problem for SAMP Army is the wickets they've kept losing. There was that 71-run opening partnership. Every other over or so, there's been a wicket. They've come like clockworks in favor of Kingsmen, and that's the reason the SAMP Army find themselves in this kind of situation. Some wickets have been created and some have been unforced errors. Brian Walters, like we saw on that occasion, this big wicket of Smith Patel. What was the need for that second?
That is a body blow, absolute body blow. You should not have needed to run for that second run. And now you're going to ask for Calvin Savage to take the bull by the horns here. Boy, it's going to be difficult from here. No question it's going to be difficult, but Calvin Savage is a good bat. But he's going to be having a hard time against Salman Irshad. Looking for the Yorker. Look at that delivery. This is Salman Irshad's last over. And so they've chosen to bowl him in the 18th. I thought they may hold him back for the 19th, which is where you usually have your best bowler bowl. They've rolled the dice here. Hamad Azam giving the ball to his premier, in my mind, Yorker bowler. And probably the bowler with the most pace to be able to take their team over the hump.
Yeah, the recipe is simple. They're going for the kill.
Yes.
They've got 6 wickets. A wicket here. This might be the last recognized pair with Dane Pete coming in. Look at this. Look at this. And You're going to look at that camera work again. The ball was headed right towards Roddy's SC production van. It went through his hands eventually. Going by the level and standard of catching, that should be counted as a miscatch today. Brian.
How does he pull the shot off? First of all, a reverse scoop that sails over, and I agree with you, that should have been caught. This is Sameen Gul on the boundary, a deep fine leg. Should have taken that catch, but he misses it, so it goes for 6. And how big a development is that in the context of this game? Boy.
Like I was saying, this might be the last recognized pair, but neither of them are mere mucks with the bat. Calvin Savage is very good, can bring out the long handle. He was shying away from the stumps, trying to create that room. Salman Irshad smartly so placed it just inside that white ball marker line, guideline. So a dot ball, 2 dots and a 6 in this over.
Oh my goodness, 2 dots and a 6. So what do you do here if you're Calvin Savage? You're mindful of the fact that this is the best Yorker bowler that they have, so you don't want to take any chances, but you also know that things don't get very easy because you probably have the 2 opening bowlers coming to bowl the next 2. Beautiful Yorker. They run through for a bye. I think they have to try to be absolutely critical at taking any run that they can. In fact, that might have been an underedge that got through wicketkeeper Ramiz Raja. So they take a single. But just 2 balls remaining here in the 18th over. Still 27 runs to get.
Yeah, luckily for them, the Kingsmen, that kind of a delivery could have just evaded the keeper and very easily gone for a 4. But Salman Irshad is now bowling out. Anwar Ali has bowled out. So Sameen Gul, in my opinion, has to bowl 1 over. And it remains to be seen whether they go to Hamad Azam or give Harmeet Singh another over. What might be crucial is not giving a wicket to Salman Irshad. He's taken 2. He's gone for just around 7 runs an over, just under 7.
Yep.
So got to close it. And this one, like I just said, the commentator's curse or a blessing, whichever side you're on. But that one, a typical slinger's delivery. The wickets go for a toss. You see in the backdrop, the wicket takes 2 topples.
Exactly what you're looking to do at this stage of the innings. If you're Salman Irshad, that Yorker right in the block hole, absolutely full and straight, and going right through the defenses of Dane Pete, not able to get the bat down anywhere near it. And he has to walk back after having been dismissed. What a great delivery here. 171 for 7, which means that with that dismissal, you still need another 27 runs. And now you're only looking at 13 more balls in which to get them.
There's Miguel Pretorius, Neil Nervekar, and only Najaf Shah to come. I don't think they can look at those batsmen and get any kind of resolute feeling, but we don't know a lot about Miguel Pretorius's batting prowess. He's the next batsman in. And like we were saying, 11 or 12 and over in the final 3 shouldn't be an issue. The issue is that they've kept losing wickets through the middle overs. And there was only one tiny partnership between Smith Patel and Corey Anderson, but everyone else has just come and gone. It's been one-way traffic since those bowling changes were brought about in the form of Salman Irshad and Hassan Khan.
Great work by these bowlers. Running it down to short third. That is Harmeet Singh diving to prevent that ball from getting away. So 1 run, 8 runs from the over, which certainly helps you. But the bigger issue there is 1 wicket. That big wicket means that you're only into your last 3, and you're certainly looking into the tail at this point. You're asking the tail to score 26 in 2. We'll be right back.
So there's only 2 overs to go. 26 runs required. There's 7 wickets down. At the moment, it's looking like for the second year in a row, it's going to be a Houston-based franchise taking home the Houston Open, but I don't want to pull the triggers too soon. In recent memory, Brian, there was the Unity Cup final in the DC area, the Greater Washington area, that was contested between these two very teams. And guess who triumphed on that occasion and won the Unity Cup? Of course, it was the Kingsmen. Will they make it 2-2 remains to be seen, as like we had predicted. Samin Gul is in the attack, bowling out now, bowling to Miguel Pretorius, back off length, and this is dispatched with disdain. The fielder failed to pick up that ball. Harmeet Singh lost the ball. It might have been straight down his throat if he moved a couple of steps. The replay will unravel the mystery. Brian?
My goodness, short and wide outside off stump. That is not what you're looking for from your premier bowler when he comes in to bowl the 19th. An absolute hit-me ball. You're right, Harmeet Singh didn't pick it up initially, but there's really no excuse for bowling that type of delivery. So a freebie to start things here. 22 needed off of 11.
Yeah, and my apologies, it didn't travel on the full. It was along the ground, as this is on his pads. Goes to Martin Guptill, so they're going to run for a leg by, but the discussion is whether even a shot was offered. It seemed that Dwayne Pretorius was completely foxed by that delivery, and umpire Sadiq concludes it's a dead ball. So he's re-bowling that one.
Just a dot ball. Should just be a dot ball. So shouldn't have to re-bowl it. Let's see. Yeah, he certainly wasn't playing a shot there. So that's just the dot ball. Right. So the ball counts, and it's a dot ball. Yeah.
Rightly so. The right call has been made because the bowler executed a good Yorker, so he shouldn't be penalized if the bowler missed out.
Absolutely.
Samin Gul again, and this was slightly in the slot, but he was going too hard and gets an inside edge. And they're coming back. This could be tight, and in fact, he's gone by a distance. This is going away from the SAMP Army, Brian, at a rapid pace. They've just thrown in the towel, it seems.
Boy, that is a great piece of fielding. Straight to that fielder in the deep. They were committed to coming back for 2, but look at this pickup. Just clean pickup and throw, and right next to the stumps. Here you go. Here's the ball trickling toward mid-wicket. The fielder coming off the ropes at mid-wicket. There's the pickup and the throw, and right by the stumps. Such a brilliant piece of cricket. And all of a sudden, 8 wickets are down, and you still need another 21 runs in 9 balls. And this is starting to feel like it has an air of inevitability about it, Munir.
Yeah, and you couldn't tell the face or the jersey number, but just from his demeanor, it had to be Hassan Khan. Left-handed.
Yep.
Agile. Athletic. And he's bowled those wonderful overs with the left arm, orthodox spin, and now he's effecting run-outs. 21 of 9. It seems the new batsman is Neil Narvekar. He bowled pretty well, but can he bring out the long handle, Samin? And this is a very foolish delivery, almost lands inside the crease. He was looking for that flourishing drive, booming drive under the dot ball. 8 balls, 21.
Yeah, it's getting more and more difficult with each dot ball here. Really good delivery, full and just inside. In fact, that did pitch past the popping crease, between the popping crease and that other crease in line with the stumps. I'll tell you, this is going to be very difficult. Here is the bowler again. Good Yorker, and right back to the bowler himself, and they steal a single. Not able to field cleanly on his follow-through, Samin Gul. And they run through for a single. So 1 ball remaining in the 19th. 6 runs from the over already, but another wicket has already fallen.
I'll tell you what, Brian Walters. I'll throw you on the spot.
Put me on the spot.
The 2 important things. First is, as far as the SAMP Army are concerned, let's be the devil's advocate. First thing they want is Calvin Savage to face as many deliveries out of these last 7 as possible.
Correct.
Second thing, there is a slight concern as to who's going to bowl the last over, Hamad Azam or Harmeet Singh. Those are the only 2 options. The only shot is Calvin getting a single of this ball and facing up the last over for 20 runs, for 19 runs.
100%
Who are you bowling after this delivery? We'll come back in the next over, in fact. And this is hit inside out. It's going to go past that third man. So a lucky boundary. He was looking to go down the ground, but the problem with this situation is that although there are 16 runs required, Neil Narwekar is going to be on strike when we come in the final over. There's a lot of mysteries to unravel. Over number 19 is finished. The score is 182 for 8. All right, folks, wherever you are, for the sake of whichever team you are with, be glued in front of your devices, television screens, smartphones. Do not leave your chairs. If you're standing, stay put. This is going to be very crucial. The final game of the DAFA News Houston Open 2023 comes down to final 6 deliveries. It indeed is Harmeet Singh. He is bowling to Neil Narwekar. In fact, we totally screwed up on this. We'll have to make a correction. It's Dane Pete. Neil was dismissed earlier. The strike is with Neil.
So the left arm spin of Harmeet Singh. Dane Pete very experienced. I think his job is to get a single. Appeal for a catch, and it's given him, and he's walking. What a big wicket. I started to say that Dane Pete's job was to get a single to put Calvin Savage on strike. He swung for the fences, only got a thin edge through, collected by Ramiz Raja, and umpire Owen Brown agreeing that tickled the edge. Oh my goodness, what an absolutely big development here. 5 balls remaining, 1 wicket remaining, and still 16 runs to get.
Yeah, Brian, 16 for the final over is not a very difficult task. It's not as if you're chasing 25. You've got Calvin Savage who can deliver the goods. The need of the hour, the minute, was to get a single and put him back on strike.
Yes.
In hindsight, although it's not over till it's over, but in hindsight, I think when SAMP Army reflect this, and they would hope they reflect a win, but when they do reflect the game, whichever way this goes, I think they would realize there were a lot of occasions where they dropped the ball.
Yes.
And that was one of them. Najaf Shah now is the new batsman, the final wicket. So even if he manages to put Calvin Savage back on strike, which I think is exactly what Calvin is telling him.
Job 1, absolutely.
Calvin would have 4 deliveries, and he would have to ensure that he puts at least 3 of them outside the park and doesn't get out in the process.
Yep.
As far as the Kingsmen are concerned, they want to wrap this up right here and right now and not have Calvin back on strike. So many permutations, combinations, Brian.
I would not be surprised to see the field come in. As weird as that sounds for a T20, the last over of a T20 match, they absolutely need to keep Najaf Shah on strike. You do not want Calvin Savage to be the batter on strike. And Harmeet Singh now sending fielder back on the boundary at deep point. deep backward point. Interesting looking field. It seems as though a single is there for the taking on the offside if they want it.
What if Najaf Shah has different plans? He's just looking to finish this himself. He has a hat trick. It might be his day. My goodness, there's so many options. And this one is going to be a wide ball. He was almost losing his balance.
Wide
Ramiz
down
Raja
the leg side.
was almost ready to whip the bails.
That's good work by Najaf Shah to not topple forward out of the crease. Boy, this is important. There is the single that they need. So, here is the final equation. 4 balls, 14 runs.
1 wicket.
And 1 wicket. But if you're Calvin Savage, you're not thinking 1 wicket. You're thinking these balls need to go onto Highway 290. I need to hit that Amazon Prime truck that is driving by right now in the background, because anything less than that and we lose this match.
Yeah, and by the time the next ball is delivered, for him to ping that Amazon truck, it's going to be a half-mile long 6, Brian. Calvin would love for that to happen here. The smiles on their faces, that's the best part. Cricket is the winner eventually. Ramiz is smiling. Calvin is smiling as this one is. He's trying to avoid that arc. Was a very wide delivery.
It's wide. You don't want any extras. 13 runs needed. 2 sixes ties this game. We're nowhere near finished yet. 2 sixes ties it, and still 4 balls to go. So watch Calvin Savage here. And Harmeet Singh has a job to do to keep him quiet. Down the ground.
Don't run.
And gone. That is the end of the match. Calvin Savage holds out in the deep, and the Kingsmen defend 197 runs. They win by the matter of 12 runs. That is an absolutely scintillating performance. The Kingsmen are champions of the DAFA News Houston Open 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, the purple patch of the Kingsmen, this franchise hailing from Houston, continues. They're making appearances at tournaments after tournaments and bringing back the gold. Unity Cup in the trophy cabinet. Make room for the DAFA News Houston Open 2023. And that is just the beginning of this fairy tale for this wonderful franchise. They have got a wonderful management. They've got a good setup of players. They've been very professional in their outfit, and rightly so. They've won this huge tournament. Kingsman, Brian Walters.
Absolutely scintillating performance. They got the runs that they needed, or at least I thought they were maybe just a touch short. But having had those many runs in the finals, we talked earlier about the fact that 190 runs in the finals is more like 215 or so in a group stages match. And they did enough to defend it. They wobbled there in the middle. And in fact, the way that Andreas House and Kennard Lewis were going, and then later on a couple of other batters down the order, especially Corey Anderson, you would have thought that they may have had a chance to steal victory at the end. But it is up to a really good piece of captaincy by Hamad Azam and good bowling by Harmeet Singh and the Pacers. Harmeet Singh doing just enough in that last over to get victory. Snatching victory, probably you could argue, from the jaws of defeat. Excellent game, excellent victory for the Kingsmen.
And you couldn't have had a more apt and suiting final to such a good tournament. The testament to the efforts and commitment of everyone involved. And it's not just the management, the volunteers, the broadcast, the production team, the sponsors, but also to the 15 team owners, the management teams, all the 200-odd players that descended upon Houston. We weathered the storm. We weathered hurricanes and a lot of rain. We weathered heat indexes of 115 degrees. We all stayed united. We got cricket going at every single opportunity. There's been a lot of camaraderie. There's a lot of competitive cricket. And finally, this is what it comes down to. You see that final winning hurdle of the Kingsmen. And as they join shoulders, very soon there's going to be that bouncing celebration and the trophy is going to be handed out to them. They very well deserved this. It's a testament to their owner, Fawad Server, the management team, and there they go. The victory dance of the Kingsmen. There's Martin Guptill. There is Sharjeel Khan leading from the front. Hamad Azam, the skipper. Ramiz Raja. The bowling setup, Harmeet Singh. The managers, Salman Abbasi, Ikra Mohammed. All of them have been crucial to this outfit. And all the folks from the local club, Brian, you know a lot of them. It's a Cinderella story for all the folks watching live. Your local club and your city's cricket league, you gradually start playing competitive tournaments and make appearances in the form of a franchise and tournaments like Houston Premier League. Gradually go up from beyond your city level to national level tournaments, and now you have championship after championship as the scorecard pulls up.
Absolutely.
Brian, walk us through.
Kenar Lewis and Andreas House at the top of the order, putting a good start. Kenar Lewis with 29, Andreas House with 43. Chandapal Hemraj not doing much to trouble the scorers. Corey Anderson, I thought, played very well, but he was dismissed 1 run short of his 50. Smith Patel 19 from 16, but then the wobbles. Obaspinar 4 from 5. Calvin Savage tried his best. He was the last man out. Then Pete 1. Neil Nevarker 1 without scoring. And Miguel Pretorius 6 from 4. But they just did not have enough and lost too many wickets down the stretch and not in a position to be able to get this game in the way that they wanted to. So absolute full credit to the local team. The Kingsmen performed creditably throughout the entire tournament, and they deserve to be champions of the Daffodil News Houston Open 2023.
And as the bowling card pulls up in front of you, Anwar Ali, obviously the big signing from overseas, 4 overs for 44. It was Kenar Lewis and Andres Goss who stuck into him. Sameen Gul also couldn't do a lot of damage with the new ball, but he came back pretty well in that penultimate over. Hassan Khan might have been the pick of the bowlers, 4 overs for 28 and just 28 runs and 3 wickets at 7 and over. And Salman Irshad, the mystery element with the slingy, quick arm action, also got 3 wickets for 29 runs. Hamad Azam's lone over, there was Corey Anderson at the crease who got stuck into him. And Harmeet Singh didn't have a huge role to play up until that last over. And there was that debate in the commentary box as to Hamad Azam would bowl himself or would he go for Harmeet Singh. He took the bold decision, Brian, of bowling Harmeet in that final over, and it paid rich dividends. There were 16 extras conceded in that innings, which they would be not very happy about, the Kingsmen. But at the end, 185 for 10 was the final score.
Well, we'll take a short break. We'll be having the presentation ceremony very soon. In the meantime, again, congratulations to the Kingsmen. We'll join us back in the broadcast here in a few minutes. For now, just take a break. We'll be right back.
One, two, two, two. Testing. Hold on. Testing. 1, 2, 2, 2. Testing. 1, 2. I'm not hearing you. Testing. 1, 2. Is it working? Testing. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, cool.
You good? Yeah, you good, yeah. All right, good. Guys, can we have you gather around just a second, please? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, guys, I've been talking for the last 5 days, so I can't speak very much or very loudly. But thank you all very much for being here, and absolutely tremendous effort to be here for the Daffy News Houston Open 2023. We absolutely had a wonderful time being able to share several days worth of cricket with you. A few hiccups along the way, but at the end of the day, my sense is that cricket is the winner. So thank you all very much for being here. A number of people to thank, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but first I want to ask anyone who is a team owner just to raise your hand, please. You all committed so many resources. Okay, there's literally one person. I know there's more of you because there were 15 teams in the tournament, but you committed so many resources and dedicated yourselves to putting on a good show. Thank you all very much. Needless to say, the players who sacrificed so much to be here from all over the world, who sacrificed of their time, of their efforts, and came here to put on cricket, play in temperatures of 110 degrees for as long as you did. Thank you all very much. And this tournament does not happen without a handful of companies that I want to recognize specifically. Data News, Fields Manager, and SC Tech. Thank you all for everything that you've done to make this tournament happen. And T10 Apparel Sports, thank you for being here and being what you are to those of us here in the Houston area. And last not least, Mr. Tanwir Ahmed and the Prairie View Cricket Complex team, thank you all for putting on an absolutely brilliant tournament. And everything that we've done here this week is completely due to you. So again, not going to take a lot of your time. Many of you have planes to catch, I get that. I want to hand out a few trophies. First, I want to award the player of the match. And for the player of the match, I'm going to invite forward a representative from the city of Prairie View. Please come forward, Ms. Tamara Poole. And the player of, I said player of the tournament, I meant the player of the match. This man, you all probably know who it is. 76 from 43, 7 fours and 4 sixes. Ramiz Raja. So Ramiz, before you get away, a couple of words. I know you want to get back there, but tell me about performing like this in a final. What is that like for you?
Of course, it's amazing to be here and play like champions because we knew that our team was pretty good and it was all team effort, to be honest.
And the last question, how are you going to celebrate tonight?
I don't know. Owner is here, so I think we are having a blast. I don't know.
Best of luck. Well done. And thank you, Ms. Poole. And the next person, I'm going... You all, I am absolutely beside myself with embarrassment. How could I not forget probably the most important team who have been out here this entire week, the umpires. Thank you, Sadiq Koja. Thank you, Owen Brown. Thank you, all of the umpires who have not only had the brilliant effort to be out here all day, every day, but perform their duties creditably. Thank you all so much. And so the next award, I'm going to ask Mr. Jagan Nemani to come forward. Jagan Nemani with MLC Junior Championship. At least that's your title this week. And in order to give that trophy, we're going to give that trophy to the best bowler of the tournament, 18 wickets, an economy rate of 4.6, Hassan Khan. Hassan, come on back here. I'm not through with you yet. So, you're a spinner, a left arm spinner. Tell me what it's like when you are bowling to a bunch of right-handed hitters. How difficult is that in a tournament like this?
First of all, I would like to thank Almighty for this performance, and it was quite difficult here, but it was quite helpful as well because the wicket were supportive, so it was easy, alhamdulillah.
It was easy. So, to the extent that you're coming in a pressure situation, you have Corey Anderson, you have a bunch of big names at the other end. What's your approach there?
Today it was quite difficult because the pitches were, like in the previous games, were much helpful for the spinner, but today it wasn't spinning much. But overall, like I stick to my plans and tried to bowl wicket to wicket and with variation.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Very well bowled. And the last award that we're going to hand out, I'm going to invite forward Mr. Roshan Nangom. Roshan, who is a longtime member of the Houston cricket community and somebody who a long time ago we actually used to play cricket with and against each other, sometime in the Reagan administration, I think. But this is going to go to the best batter in the entire tournament, 257 runs with a strike rate of 182 and an average of 85, Mr. Sharjeel Khan. So Sharjeel, you have been one of the most aggressive batters I've laid eyes on in a really long time. Tell me about playing here in Houston and how you feel about this tournament.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. First of all, thanks to Almighty Allah. We have a simple plan to bat. We have to go to attack the opposition. If you go to batting first or batting second, does not matter. But Houston is a very good crowd, so we enjoyed a lot here. To playing cricket is here, so I really enjoyed all the innings here.
Thank you very much. You did so well. Really appreciate your efforts. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless I'm missing something, that is the end of the tournament. But I'm going to ask at the last, before I do anything else, I'm going to ask for the captain of the team that finished second. I'm not going to say the losing captain. The captain for the team that finished second, Mr. Andreas House, to come forward, please. Andreas, hard luck today. You all fought. I thought you had it there for a while, but fell short at the end. Tell me about your impressions of the tournament.
Yeah, it's been an awesome tournament. I think today, the final, I think that's probably been the game of the tournament, 190, and then we got quite close as well. So I think credit to the guys who made that wicket possible. Obviously, this morning it was a different story. So credit to everyone who got that wicket possible.
Fantastic. And I will ask you this, the last thing. To the extent that Major League Cricket starts in about another month or so, what preparation do you take from this as part of being ready for that tournament?
Yeah, it's always nice, especially playing against Kingsmen. They've got unbelievable bowlers. So facing them and doing well against them, it's always nice, and it tells you your prep is going well as well. So yeah, especially against them, it's good to know that our prep is at least in the right direction.
Fantastic. So everyone, please help me here for a second to congratulate the team that finished second in the Daffodils Houston Open 2023, SAMP Army. Congratulations to you. Thank you. And finally, in fact, I'm going to invite Mr. Mangesh Chowdhury to come forward. Mangesh. Oh, Mr. Jagannamani and Ms. Tamara Poole, both of you, to invite forward the champions of the Daffodils Houston Open 2023. Come on forward, fellas. Hamad Azam. Hamad, last question. In fact, before I ask you any questions, I'm going to invite forward Mr. Fawad Sarwar. Come on forward. Congratulations. So, how does it feel? Simple question.
Amazing.
Simple question, simple answer. So you all have worked very hard for the last several days and your efforts have showed off. What does it mean winning this for the city of Houston?
I mean, it was really important for us. Like, we are a local team here. We played all year here, and it was the first tournament. We are winning Houston Cup. Like, and we were unfortunate in the last couple of years back. We didn't win the game, but this was really, really important for us, and we are on the winning side. So,
fantastic. Thank you so much. And Fawad, you've been around the scene for a while. Tell me how this feels. You've won the championship for the first time.
It's I mean, this was our last hurdle here, and since we're local, this was always missing. But credit to the boys, they stuck to it. Look, all this success coming, and there's a lot of work behind it, and we stuck with it. And I mean, look, all credit goes to the boys, and you know, they made me happy at the end of the day. So I mean, shout out to all my guys and my captain and everybody. We have won all the major tournaments this USA. So I mean, I can't ask for anything else. Go Kingsmen.
Fantastic. Very well. And please, feel free to invite your guys forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of Houston 2023.